think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Hello and welcome to the COP30 Climate Hub, broadcasting live from Belém, Brazil. The global internet is extremely unstable today, so if there is an interruption, just check back on our website. We're recording everything, and everything is uploaded as soon as the net becomes stable again. So we have a very interesting day ahead of us. But Nick, first let us tell us a bit about what's happening in the negotiations.
Yeah, well, maybe not so much the negotiations, but maybe things that are actually being discussed here, because it is the last week. And I thought that what Simon Steele said yesterday, who's the executive secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, he said since 2001, the investments in renewable energy worldwide has tripled to $2.2 trillion. Well, that's a number we kind of have heard of. But what I didn't realize was that he also said that's more than the GDP or the economies of over 180 countries. And this shows how big it is getting with the fossil fuels. I think another key thing is we're all watching for the end of this COP to see how the government's going to handle the thorny issue of how to get off fossil fuels and whether they will come up with individual plans for that. But it's moving. So the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty, which we've focused on several times, now has another national member, and that's the government of Cambodia. So they're now the 18th nation state to join this block of countries participating in this treaty, getting rid of fossil fuels. It's quite interesting right now.
Indeed it is. And the fossil fuels, of course, they're present in all the discussions and also hopefully in depth in the negotiations too. And and this past weekend, there was even a fossil fuel funeral out in the streets in Belém. And we have a video of this.
Hey, hey, COP30, stop with the dirty. Hey, hey, COP30, stop with the dirty. Hey, hey, COP30.
We're here because we literally can't afford another business as usual COP. The fossil fuel industry and their political backers that stalk the halls of COPs year after year have brought us to the edge of climate disaster. And we're here to say enough. The vast majority of not just people around the world, but governments around the world, they do want serious climate action. It's hard. President Trump's not here in person, but we know that his representatives are. They're going around threatening people with sanctions, with all kinds of recriminations. But the reality is that the fossil fuel industry is in a fight for its life because the renewables are so much cheaper now, and it's an obvious, clean, cheaper way for the world to go. time like this, we need leadership, and leadership comes in many forms. It comes from the governments here standing up to the fossil fuel industry and saying enough.
Deputados na nossa Constituição de 88 estão aqui para chorar no funeral dos combustíveis fósseis.
But it comes from every single one of us. Whenever there's a storm, a climate disaster, we need to raise our voices and point the finger at who's responsible, which is the fossil fuel industry. It's the big oil and gas corporations who've made $2.8 billion in profit every single day for 50 years. And they've known all of that time that they were burning our planet. We need to start saying it, and we need to hold them accountable. We need to raise taxes on them, we need to sue them, we need to get them to pay for these climate disasters. We have a world now of young people who, quite rightly, they're scared. They're scared about climate disaster. They see it on their tellies, they see it all around them, they see it every day. It feels very real to young people, but to everybody, to older people. The mask has fallen, I think, from the face of the fossil fuel industry and their big backers, but also people see the impact. So that conversation is alive, it is happening. The conversation we really need is how do we get from here to a just, safe future? How do we do that in a way that is good for the vast majority of people, for the 99%, not the small number of big, giant corporations and their political and economic backers who are destroying our planet.
We mean business, so we talk about reforestation. Then I speak to the Asian Development Bank about the future of COPs. And then I have, so as a diplomat, I love the left, I love the right. I just try to see how can I work with them best. So the left is wonderful to have social focused ambitions and all those kind of things, but the right is very good in implementation. So we moved in the Netherlands with a very clear climate ambition, and we're now moving in implementation, and with the right-wing government, I could sell it by saying we need energy security, we need, which is often renewable energy, we need water security, and the Netherlands is very good in water management globally, so we can make money on this as well. We can work on transport. We're a massive transport hub, and we need sustainable fuels, alternative fuels as well, and that will make us more resilient. And lastly, we are important in food systems. We're the third exporter of food in the world because we're a trade hub. So also that needs to be sustainable globally, that these food systems keep working. And that's good for feeding the world, feeding us, but also for transport and for our position as a hub. So suddenly the right thinks, well, this is a great story. I want you to continue on this. So I noticed that the left set the standards and has the social aspect of it, and the right has many solutions to come forward. So as a diplomat, bringing these two together brings us forward.
I think people feel despair when they feel they don't have a role in it. And one of the things we're doing here is to say that everybody has a role. The leaders inside, the governments, but also everybody around the world. We can all use our voice. We're in a digital age. We can all get onto social media. We can talk to our friends and family. We can build power from below. And there is hope. There's a huge amount of work being done at subnational level with mayors, with governors, with communities across the world. There is real progress happening. We are getting a huge transfer to renewable energy, huge amounts of investment in clean energy, in public transport based on electric transport. There's loads happening. That's where the hope lies.
I've been joined by Ingmar Rentzhog, who is the CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. Inga, I just called you Inga. Ingmar, let me say that. 5 years ago at COP26 in Glasgow, We Don't Have Time teamed up with the United Nations Development Programme to make a big push to get the phase out of fossil fuels on the table. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so really weirdly, we need to remember this, that in in COP26 Glasgow, that was the first COP where the fossil fuel was mentioned in the negotiations for the first time. It was number 26. It didn't happen during Paris, but it did happen in Glasgow. And it's a little bit like we're having this, you know, we're talking about the problem without talking about the real problem for so many years. And I mean, now the discussion have moved forward. We have, we're now talking openly about phasing out fossil fuel, but that was not really the case in Glasgow. So we did something special in Glasgow. We wanted to address the absurdity that there was a meeting discussing on how to finance adaptation and the climate finance, where on the same time governments were paying fossil fuel for subsidies. So we had a big count up starting at COP26, and we have it still on. So I want to start with showcasing a short clip from COP26, and you will see for yourself.
Tell them what they do so that they will be encouraged to do more. And together with the community or users, we share this to millions of people on social media, so this is getting noticed.
Let's bring in Shweta Chakrabarty tonight, risk and behavioral scientist and president of U.S. operations for We Don't Have Time.
As the name says, we don't have time.
ستوكهولم مؤسس منظمة ليس لدينا الوقت. We don't have time. السيد إنغمار رونسبورغ.
Joining us for more as We Don't Have Time's Nick Nuttall. Nick, welcome to the program.
And Nick, about this counter, speaking of numbers.
This is a clock that shows you how much money has been spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the beginning of the COP.
We have a climate crisis and we're still subsidizing the industry which is causing the crisis. I mean, it's completely dumb. I'm a finance guy, it makes no sense whatsoever.
$2.5 trillion went into subsidies for fossil fuel. That's a definition of insanity.
Still, this is a positive. It's the first COP decision that actually mentions coal power or fossil fuel subsidies.
We need to communicate climate action. Because if only a few people or a few companies are doing climate action without communicating it to others, we will not solve the climate crisis. So it was really amazing to see. We had this big counter counting up, and all the speakers we had on stage, we had ministers, we had policymakers, people that were actually involved in the negotiations. They couldn't avoid it. It was like, what are we doing here if we continue with the fossil fuel subsidies? And I'm really glad that we at least had it mentioned in the agreement at the end of that meeting. The board agreed to phase down inefficient fossil fuel subsidies. I mean, it has, at least is something. And now many people are aware about the subsidies. That was not the case before COP26. We have let this counter, though, continue to counting since COP26. And I think we have it on the screen here. And this is where we are now. It's $23 trillion in fossil fuel subsidies since COP26. It's actually a higher number because we had the pace programmed into this counter in 2021. It was $11 million per minute. I think it's more like $14 or $15 million per minute today. So it's actually the pace is accelerating, exactly like the climate crisis is accelerating. This is total insanity. And what people don't know is that if we just redirect those subsidies into the clean solutions instead, the fossil fuel industry will be unprofitable and the clean energy industry will be super profitable. So it's so easy to just redirect the money. But we're not only needing to redirect the subsidies now, we really need to have a phase-out plan for oil. And that's why I'm so glad that at COP28, there were a breaking point. For the first time, countries started to talk about this. It was actually in the negotiations. We didn't get the word fossil fuel phase out. We did kind of transition away from fossil fuel. But I mean, come on, that's also the thing we want. So the narrative really changed in Dubai, and I think we have a short film showing what we did there as well.
We cannot leave this COP without a big deal on fossil fuel phase out.
This is the scientific message of the need for a phase out of all fossil fuels.
It has to stop.
This COP can actually move us forward in the narrative that we can't ignore the elephant in the room anymore. Because you can't ignore to have a discussion about oil when you have a COP meeting in an oil country.
We're at a absolutely critical moment.
If we waste this, as you said, there is no time.
If we get the term fossil fuels in the negotiated outcome, and whether it's transition away or phase out, that'll be historic.
The fossil fuel industry and major fossil fuel producing nations have been derailing climate action since the beginning of UN climate talks.
They have distorted this process, the COP process, to such an extent that even talking about phasing out fossil fuels is so controversial.
OPEC nations are among those pushing hardest against a global agreement to end the use of fossil fuels.
The Saudi delegation has rejected any dialogue related to fossil fuels.
And it must be very, very, very punishingly tiring right now.
I think it's crunch time, and you can really feel it in the air.
The draft agreement emerged with no mention of phasing out fossil fuels.
We will not sign our gift certificate.
We can still do this. It's not too late.
Delegates, colleagues, and friends, I must say that you did it. You delivered.
Negotiators worked through the night on the deal, which for the first time ever calls for transitioning away from fossil fuels.
This is a sea change moment.
I think this is a global turning point.
It has changed the narrative forever, and fossil fuel are now toxic as hell.
Whilst we didn't turn the page on the fossil fuel era in Dubai, this outcome is the beginning of the end.
So that was COP28. At COP29, this talking point kind of disappeared. I mean, the delegates from oil countries, they were very glad that they don't need to talk as much as fossil fuel anymore. But here in Belém, the discussion is back more than ever. And it's not only talk this time, it's also happening things. The fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty are getting traction. And regardless how this meeting ends, they will have another meeting in April next year with the host country, Colombia, an oil exporting country that will host the very first conference about transition away from fossil fuel. It will be not with the 200 countries. It will be with 80 nations that have signed up. Cambodia signed up yesterday. It's now 3 oil countries in that coalition. And on a wider note, there's more than 60 countries supporting a phase out of fossil fuel at this meeting. So let's see what's happening here, but don't give up. We will do it in Colombia if it's not happening here. And lastly, the number you see on the screen is very depressing. But since COP26, investment in clean energy has tripled from $750 billion per year to $2 trillion. Let's continue on that path, and we will make it.
Quite right, King Ma. That's very good. Thank you very much indeed, Ingmar.
It is now my great pleasure to introduce Fernanda de Carvalho. She's Global Climate and Energy Policy Lead at WWF. So Fernanda, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here to discuss something so important. And WWF is working on this issue because we care about all living things on Earth. So the first slide shows exactly how climate change affects all living things on Earth. The top part of the graphic was in the IPCC report of 2023, the 6th assessment report. And you can see how climate change affects people's lives. So people born in 2020, for example, they will be facing 5 degrees world and the impacts that come with that. So WWF did the same graphic for species. And if you see, for example, turtles hatched in 1930, when they will be 100 years old, and that's a long-lived species, climate change will affect them very much. And I think the most compelling example there is corals, because in all warming scenarios, we're going to either lose all corals or have very little of the coral reefs that are so much needed for the oceans, the biggest carbon sink that we have. So yeah, we are crossing a tipping point, and science has been very clear on that. My next slide is the rationale behind why we discuss so much the link between fossil fuels and biodiversity. Climate change leads to biodiversity loss, and it's a vicious cycle. The temperature rise, extreme weather, sea level rise, and ecosystem disruption that are caused by climate change affects biodiversity. And also biodiversity loss causes climate change. Carbon sinks such as forests and oceans that I already mentioned are becoming weaker in their capacity to store carbon, according to the IPCC report that I mentioned, the assessment report, the sixth one. And this is very bad. So sorry about that. It's the next one. This is another picture of this feedback loop and this cycle that we are discussing here. Climate change being a threat to nature, nature loss amplifying global warming. So we should look at nature as a powerful ally in the fight against climate change. People must safeguard and restore nature. We must avoid human activities or control and regulate human activities that drive nature loss to avoid climate change and the global warming that's caused by fossil fuels and destroying and causing impacts to people and nature. So next slide is, so why is WWF concerned about this? Because our mission is to stop the degradation of the planet's natural environment, build a future in which humans live in harmony with nature by conserving the world's biological diversity, the use of renewable natural resources, making it sustainable, and of course, reducing pollution and wasteful consumption. So going back to fossil fuels, what the science tells us is that fossil fuels are driving climate change and biodiversity loss. And I think I already explained that. Climate change is mentioned in the IPBES report, the International Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, as the third cause of biodiversity loss, and it also enhances the other causes. The first cause is, of course, land use change, and the second cause is the direct exploitation of species, and they get exacerbated by climate change. And there are studies, a recent study published in Nature in 2025, that states that by mid-century, 2050, climate change can become the leading cause of biodiversity loss. And the IPCC states in its turn that fossil fuels are the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, which are 75%. Fossil fuels are responsible for 75% of such emissions that since 1990 have been enhanced by 54%, and since 2029 by 12%. So we're not in a good position. And of course, there are licenses of gas and oil and gas licenses still being issued. So again, I highlight that the IPBES has highlighted climate change as a key driver of ecosystem collapse. The world is still planning fossil fuel expansion beyond 1.5C targets. And this is what is in discussion in this COP. We are very much connected to keeping 1.5 alive. This is the ultimate objective of the Paris Agreement, and that's what we are discussing here. And that would entail no new oil and gas fields. and also because fossil fuels have direct and indirect impacts on biodiversity. So, direct impacts, as I already mentioned a few, are habitat destruction, pollution, noise disturbances, deforestation for infrastructure, oil spills, damage from drill cutting and drilling mud, and of course the indirect impacts, the ones that are harder to see, is contributing to sea level rise, habitat shifts, introducing invasive species, altered precipitation patterns, more frequent and intense extreme weather events, acidification, changes in aquatic environments, and of course social impacts on local human populations. And we think science should and advance on what the impacts of fossil fuels on biodiversity are. Those are very serious and we need to address them. So this is what we tried to do this year that I'm going to go over a little bit. We proposed a motion to the IUCN World Conservation Congress to address the climate and biodiversity side through fossil fuel supply side measures and a just transition. Those words are very, very common in this space that we are here. There is a just transition work program that we are trying to develop in this COP. And this motion addresses the IUCN to develop an analysis to support the relevance, important, and complementarity of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. We think a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty could be a complementary instrument to deliver on the changes that we need to see in fossil fuel supply side, because when you come to the UNFCCC, of course it has limits. It has to deal with much more things than just, fossil fuel phase out, although that's crucial. And we are not going to address climate change without that. And a fossil fuel treaty is also a way to bring this discussion to the whole of society. So it has a complementary role. And it's the first time that the IUCN, in adopting this motion, is addressing the very important issue of fossil fuel impacts on biodiversity. So the IUCN will have a say on this through the conclusions of those analyses. So that's why this is so important. This motion also asks states to provide guidance on just transition pathways for fossil fuel dependent developing states, because we want to change the development path highly based on fossil fuels that those states could come through. And we also encourage states to address the gap in international governance on fossil fuels. As I mentioned, we talk very much about demand, but supply is still not addressed through a variety of international instruments, including a potential fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. We also declare a fossil fuel free zone in the Amazonian states. This motion was proposed by WWF with partners, of course, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. We have partners from the US, from Tanzania, from the Global South, Tunisia, the Center for Biological Diversity, partners in Sweden and in Bangladesh, and in Guatemala. So it was a fantastic experience to have all those partners fighting to get fossil fuels through to the attention of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature, which is a very important multilateral forum for this discussion. So I think it created a great opportunity, and it's really strong language, even stronger than the UNFCCC. The key takeaways that we have for this discussion and for this exercise of getting this motion discussed and approved by the IUCN. First of all, it was approved by at least 105 countries and 80 organizations that are members of the IUCN, including NGOs, Indigenous organizations, etc. So those are the messages that I want to leave with you, and I hope I made through in my presentation, is that fossil fuel phase out is essential to biodiversity protection. We are not going to be able to protect nature if we don't address the very cause of climate change that is also causing biodiversity loss. So it's very, very important to have policies addressing fossil fuels and a fossil fuel roadmap coming out of this conference to build on the commitment of the UNFCCC in 2023 to transition away from fossil fuels. So the next step should be a roadmap coming out of this Congress. So climate change will be the top driver of biodiversity loss by mid-century. So that's why it's even more important to address climate change with the urgency that science has already stated, that we are on a point where we will overshoot 1.5 and there will be impacts. So we should strive to come back to 1.5 as soon as possible. And the obvious way to do that is addressing fossil fuels, which is 75% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Fossil fuel supply side action is overdue, and that's what we are trying to call the attention of people to. Only working on the demand side won't do the trick, so fossil fuel supply side action is key and very necessary. And this motion that now becomes a resolution of the IUCN is a crucial step for aligning climate and biodiversity agendas. We talk so much about synergies and building positive synergies between those two agendas, but we do need to address the negative synergies too that I just showed you. You know, fossil fuels are increasing biodiversity loss, and biodiversity loss is also contributing to enhance climate change. We really need to break that feedback loop somehow. And of course, the IUCN engagement in addressing a root cause of biodiversity loss is what we ultimately want to achieve through this motion that became a resolution. So when we present on this, many people have asked us how they can engage and how they can participate. So we call on organizations, civil society organizations, indigenous peoples organizations, science, academia, to please engage with the IUCN environmental law and climate change commissions, because at the end of the day, they are the ones that will be doing this analysis and discussing the importance and complementarity of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty to the UNFCCC. And we want to see this agenda advancing at the COP. I think I finished with this message, and thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Fernanda. That was a very in-depth and enlightening discussion. So please take a seat and we'll continue with the panel. Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
And we're back, and I have two new guests in the studio, in addition to Fernanda. You just gave your fantastic keynote. And next to Fernanda is Gavin Edwards. You are Executive Director, Nature Positive Initiative. Terrific to have you with us, Gavin.
Thanks, Katerina.
And next to you is Maite Mompo. You're a Spanish language director, Stop Ecocide International. Terrific to have you too.
Thank you.
And we will hopefully be joined by a third guest that might be running a little bit late. So we'll get back to that. So Maite, you heard Fernanda's keynote on the IUCN statement. There is a legal perspective to this, of course, with the IGC, the International Court of Justice advisory from this summer. So please give us your view on the legal aspects here.
Yeah, there are important improvements in the legal aspects. We are in the path of getting ecocide an international crime. At the same time, this motion she was talking about at the IUCN Congress, a motion 061 recognizing ecocide as a crime to protect nature was also passed. And that's really important because a majority of states and governmental agencies voted in favor, and also a vast majority of NGOs and Indigenous people's organizations. That means that we have the support now of not only the civil society, but also the governments. So we are getting many people on board this movement, global movement, to get ecocide recognized as an international crime. And this is our final objective, to have this crime recognized as the 5th crime under, in the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, so that we have the vast destruction of nature put at the same level ethically and legally as the worst crimes that can be committed. I mean, genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes. This is really, really important because it is something that now the governments are into it. It is inside the discussions of many countries in the world. And with this motion being passed in the IUCN, also we now know that there are many governments supporting us, and there are discussions in around more than 20 countries to get ecocide recognized at national level. So that means that we are really getting it. And that's really, really important, because this is introducing a new tool, legal tool in the world scenario to protect nature at a global level. So that's really, really, really good.
So Maite, if this really happens, that this becomes the 5th statute of the International Court of Justice, what would it mean to the world? It could have huge implications, right?
It's really a shift, not only in legal aspect, but also in the consciousness, to protect nature. Because you know that one thing that penal law brings is that it changes society, it changes the way society, it makes the rules for societies to work. So if we introduce this legal accountability for the people making decisions that can provoke an ecocide, really a vast damage to nature, and then societies also look at it as something really wrong. There is a shift from something that was like accepted because you get a lot of money, from destruction of nature, to get the natural resources, and then there is a shift that it is not so good, it is not nice, it is not the right thing to do, because we really need to take care of nature. We depend on nature, we are nature, but now we need this law to protect the planet, that it is not there in place yet.
Thank you for clarifying this, Maite. So Gavin, you are the Executive Director of Nature Positive Initiative. So there's also a business side to this, right? So what can you tell us about the business side of what we're talking about here?
Sure. I mean, there's a couple of parts to the business side. One is the oil and gas sector. And as Fernanda laid out, there is really no future for oil, gas, and coal extraction and the businesses that are engaged with it. Those businesses need to completely transform, or they can't be part of the future. They're not consistent with the climate science. And so it's very, very hard to engage with those kinds of businesses. Now, there's a whole lot of businesses out there that are building a different kind of economy. The renewable energy sector, the electrification of transport, and these are really, really important. They're accelerating, not fast enough. In order to phase out fossil fuels, we also need the alternatives. The developing world needs more access to energy as well. The developed world needs to use less energy as well, of course, and there are plenty of industries behind that. Now, there is a nature component to this too. We need to ensure that an energy transition, an energy revolution, is a nature positive one as well. And that means ensuring that when we site wind turbines and put grid infrastructure in place, that is there to help support the recovery of nature, not the destruction of nature. We have to be very careful as the wide nature community not to be a handbrake on this. We need to work with businesses so they can accelerate that energy transition quickly in a way that supports nature in the short term. Otherwise, nature won't be there in the longer term due to climate change.
So Gavin, could you share any examples of when the nature movement has really been able to collaborate with the business world, as in not being the handbrake?
Sure. So one of the things we have to do is help businesses understand how they recover nature and how to measure that as well. I've been on panels this week with the renewable energy sector, with car manufacturers who need to scale up. They need access to some critical minerals. That's uncomfortable, but it's a fact. You can't build a wind turbine without steel. There's only so far we can get with recycling. So making it easier for them to understand how they can measure the recovery of nature is one thing that we're doing in the Nature Positive Initiative. We're engaging with businesses in 32 countries. We've been testing this approach over the last few months. Next year, we'll introduce a common way to measure nature. So when a business says, I'm actually helping with the recovery of nature, there'll be an evidence base for that. And that's going to help inspire more businesses to come on board as well.
That's excellent. So Fernanda, in your statement, you talked about, of course, the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. They actually rebranded themselves just recently as the Fossil Fuel Treaty, if I'm correct. So Fernanda, you also saw the video of the funeral of the fossil fuels that was taking place here out in the streets of Belém. So when you heard about Cambodia just yesterday, what were your reactions and what are your thoughts about which country that might be the next after Cambodia?
I think it's great that countries joined this initiative. WWF joined the initiative in 2023 because I think it's one of the exciting things that has happened in the world. It is innovative, it is disruptive, and it's bottom up, so it proposes a different way to get to a treaty. And, you know, with IUCN recommendations is where the plastic treaty started, the discussions on the plastic treaty started. So there is hope that this discussion will eventually be picked up in real negotiations at some point. And Cambodia is a very important country in this sense. It's good to have countries like Cambodia, Colombia, many of the islands signing up to this initiative. We are still missing the big countries, the big players on the oil and gas side. But I think this is a promising agenda. I thought that, you know, coming to this COP, we didn't have much hope on these discussions going on. And now there's a possibility that we leave this COP with a roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels or some kind of decision that builds on the decision from 2023. So I think this movement is really, really important. And we should be highlighting the importance of countries to phase out fossil fuels. I mean, what Gavin said is really, really important. It's a transition. We are not, of course, calling for fossil fuels to be halted from one day to the other. We understand that this is a transition that needs to happen. So the renewable alternatives need to be in place, of course, but and also energy access as an equity measure. But we see real possibilities that this could happen, and this should happen fast if we want to keep 1.5, because that's what's going to really do the trick there.
Thank you, Fernanda. It might be a good sign that just a few days ago, the biggest party during COP was the Fossil Fuel Party, Fossil Fuel Treaty Party. And there were 3,000 people at this party, and it was a magnificent party. So I think that might be a good indicator of the strength of this community. Actually.
Absolutely. Civil society is super engaged. Yep. That's maybe our number one ask.
Mm-hmm. And now we have a new asset in the panel. Wonderful to have you join us, Diana Anda Busianu. You are Minister of Environment for Romania. Wonderful to have you here.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Of course. And it's busy days. If you're a minister, you're running around like crazy, I can imagine. So please share your reflections on your thoughts on the phasing out of fossil fuels and also the treaty, the fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty that is really much on top of mind in this panel. So how does Romania look at this?
So basically, we've had the negotiations at the Environmental Council a few weeks ago, and we decided on the NDSs. We decided on the NDS what our targets are. We came here with a commitment to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from 66 to 72% until 2035. So that's the commitment that we are able to push forward in the next few years. We also take into account national contexts, because we know that the just transition is not something that is as easy for some countries as others. So when we're talking about this common goal of phasing out fossil fuels, for example, we need to take into account that this is not, and I've also said this in COP yesterday, we must take into account that this is not a competition in which some states move ahead while others stay behind, because it will not help us if there are a few winners at this, saying that, well, we accomplished all our goals and we live under a bubble. They don't live under a bubble. No country lives under a bubble. So basically our strategy and how we look at it is that we need to understand that this is a common mission, and each state must support one another in order to achieve the targets that we want to achieve. And basically, because we understand that climate change at the core of it is a human rights issue, right? It affects the way we live. It affects the water we breathe, the air the water we drink, the air we breathe. So it's not something that we can separate from human rights. So if we're able to understand and to have a common consensus that basically we all need to fight for human rights, climate change is something that is interlinked. We cannot separate them.
Thank you, Diana. Our founder, if we don't have time, Ingmar Rensog, you spoke about the fossil fuel subsidies just before the panel. And of course, they've been increasing incrementally, explosively, exponentially on the wrong direction since we started addressing this with a counter at COP26 in Glasgow. So what are your views on the subsidies, Fernanda? Because this is a really major topic when you talk about fossil fuels, right?
Well, if we had a fossil fuel roadmap coming out of this COP, a transitioning away from fossil fuel roadmap, words matter, so transitioning away, not a fossil fuel roadmap. I think that subsidies is maybe the first thing to be addressed. There is a commitment by the G20 since 2009 to phase out harmful subsidies. So I think that, subsidies for oil and gas and any kind of fossil fuels is basically stopping to pay for the bad to support paying for the good.
You could put that money somewhere else.
Yeah, climate finance is a key issue. We need innovative sources. We need new sources because we live in a constrained world in terms of ODA, Overseas Development Assistance, which is the official name for public resources. So we need to free up resources for the good, for tackling climate change, and fossil fuel subsidies could be a source for that. So shifting subsidies is key, not only on the fossil fuel sector, but all sectors. But why not start with the fossil fuel sector?
Any other thoughts on the subsidies? Gavin?
It's easy to call out subsidies and the need to transition. It's very, very hard to move that transition. There's a lot of vested interests that love that money coming in. Some of them are represented by lobbyists here at this COP as well. And it has to be done at the national level as well. And it's not just fossil fuel for oil and gas, it's also for farming as well, fertilizer use. I was talking to someone the other day working in India with farmers. They reduced fertilizer use so that the government didn't have to subsidize fertilizers for farmers, and instead started giving money to farmers that they should have been giving to fertilizer subsidies. A great example of the transition needed, but let's not underestimate how the political economy is going to stand in the way of this.
Indeed, Gavin. So Diana, in terms of the Romanian perspective on subsidies, this is a tricky question, I can imagine.
So for us, the main question is how we get the money in order to have the transition. So, and I was part of the negotiations a few weeks ago that I mentioned before. One of the main amendments that we passed forward, and that was an amendment from Romania's side, was to have the money for the investments funds for new technology also be given not only on excellency criteria, but also on geographical balance. So for us, it was very important to ensure that the money given for transitioning to a new technology that would decrease and will actually support us to get to the goals that we want, that money will also be given to the countries that right now are dependable on fossil fuels, for example. So if we want to do that, we also need to have geographical balance. So that, from our part, that's the latest battle that we pushed forward, and I'm very happy that the European Commission understood that, and that at European level we managed to pass that amendment, which means that in the next phases of that money being addressed and being given to the countries, for the first time there are going to be countries at European level that never got that money for technology, for innovative technology, that will actually get the money starting from next year.
So Diana, which are the major challenges from the Romanian perspective? Is it heating of the homes, or is it transportation? Where do you have the most sort of fossil dependency?
This is a very complex debate, also because there needs to be a lot of data behind that. And it really depends who collects the data. We know that the conclusions are very dependent on who actually collects the data. But from a perspective of ETS2, right, because we've had a discussion with ETS2, the directive that should be applied, the scheme for green certificates that should be applied, should have been applied since 2027 for transportation and for construction. Those two main areas actually told us in Romania, listen guys, we are not able to apply with this legislation in the next year. We need at least 1 year more to just be able to cope with this legislation. So what we've done is that we negotiated and we've postponed for 1 year the application of ETS2, making sure that our countries are actually able to deliver the obligations that are in the regulation. So I would say that given the feedback that we got, and given the mandate that I got into the negotiations regarding the transportation and the construction field, it seems like this is where some of the next challenges will lie ahead.
But there's also a lot of disappointment that the ETS was pushed until 2028 from many parts of society.
Yeah, but from my perspective, it's very important not to only have legislation that is good on paper, but to actually implement it. So countries actually need to be able to implement the legislation. If we are passing through legislation that at some point countries will not actually be able to cope with, it's going to be a great legislation on paper, but it's not. It's going to end up with a lot of penalties for the countries that are not going to be able to implement it, and that's not something that we should strive for. It's something that we should actually try to mitigate, in a sense.
Thank you, Fernanda. You're nodding.
I think this is very, very important. Very, very complex, and the right incentives need to be in place. But things are happening. Something else that happened this year was the International Court of Justice highlighting the importance of 1.5 and the legal obligation to enhance NDCs, and even highlighting, for example, the need for countries to regulate the private sector in this context of climate change being an obligation, that, you know, a breach to comply with climate change obligations are human rights obligations. And they even mention issuing licenses for fossil fuel exploitation. So I think the understanding, I mean, all sectors, government sectors, legal, courts, the legal sector, if there's a legal sector, the understanding and the changes on fossil fuel are happening. Of course, this change is not going to be fast. It's a societal change that we need, but I hope the urgency that science brings to this debate can help us accelerate this movement.
Thank you, Fernanda. We have a few minutes left, so I'd like for all of you to end with a call to action, and it might be directed to the negotiators here at the COP or to somebody else. So Gavin, you go ahead.
Sure, a call to action. So my call to action is going to be to business to accelerate the energy transition and accelerate the nature positive economy. Eventually, we need to bring nature onto the balance sheet of every company. So every company is revealing its impacts on nature and how it is going to address those impacts for the recovery of nature as well. This is an imperative alongside the need for a fossil fuel phase out.
Thank you. Maite.
I think we need to remember the two advisory opinions delivered by the International Court of Human Rights, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and also the International Court of Justice. And both of them remind the governments that they have the obligation to protect environment and climate. And this is a legal obligation. I mean, in the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, it is a jus cogens. That means it's really a parentary norm in international law. So the states have the obligation on protect climate, protect nature. So they have the obligation of protecting the people. And this is very important. This is a call of action from the most important courts, two of the most important international courts. So governments must listen to that.
Thank you, Mattia. Listen to the law and follow the law, right?
Yeah, follow the law.
So Diana.
So I kept on saying this throughout this whole time.
Repetition is always key when it comes to messaging, right? So go ahead.
The express call to action is to just not always talk and keep talking about whether or not we need to act in order to decrease the temperature and to keep the temperature rise below 1.5 Celsius degrees. I think we're past that point. We should not be talking about this anymore. The call to action is to actually start talking about mobilizing the resources needed in order to get to that goal. We should be at that point already.
So Diana, just a follow-up on that one, because you are in the negotiations as the Minister of Environment from Romania. So do you see that there is really sharp and intended talk about roadmaps to phase out fossil fuel in the negotiations, or is there still a little bit of the fluffy talk going on?
The main problem that I see right now is that we have a lot of discussion where science is negated. So we're at the point where we're starting to talk again and again about the 1.5 Celsius degrees, and that is something that is kind of scares me. So we should not be at that point. We should be at the point of actually having the roadmap.
So there are actors in the negotiations that are with intent pulling it back and sort of questioning the where we're at. Is that what you're saying?
They're questioning the science. So basically, there are a lot of questions about the science behind it. So and that's okay in the science world, but there's a consensus in the science world.
So what more specifically are they questioning?
There are some things that I can say, and there are some things that I cannot answer.
And I'm a journalist, so I have to ask. All right. All right, Diana, I'm going to let you go. So Fernanda, you get the final say here in this panel.
Okay, so my final say is listen to the science, listen to the peoples, listen to the government of Brazil, the presidency of this COP. President Lula came and he said he expects 2 roadmaps out of this COP. One on phasing out fossil fuels or transitioning away from fossil fuels, the core cause of climate change, and another one on halting and reversing deforestation. So I urge countries to agree on those, because you have already agreed on that in 2023. So what we need now is implementation, and this is the COP of implementation. So a roadmap to transition away from fossil fuels, a roadmap to halt and reverse deforestation by 2030. Please.
Pretty please. Yes.
Pretty please, on behalf of civil society. I think that's what we are here fighting for and expecting countries to deliver.
Well, thank you, all of you, for sharing your insights and for really pushing this in your respective forums. You have different roles to play, but we're all in this together, right? So best of luck, Diana and Maite and Gavin and Fernanda, with your important work here at the COP. And I'm sure we'll meet each other again, maybe here in the studio or elsewhere, and in this venture that we're all on. So thank you again.
Thanks for bringing this very important discussion to the COP as well. I think it's very, very important. And we also want to see science being highlighted and acknowledged in this COP. This is key.
And that's why we have the Make Science Great Again campaign. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
In the discussions to make the transition happen, there is a lot of focus on technologies, renewable energy, and of course also scaling of all these techniques. Also policy change, but sometimes we forget the workforce, the people that actually is going to make this happen and roll out all these solutions. How do we make sure that we have the skills needed, that the workforce has the skills needed? And how could we connect enough data to analyze what skills different sectors are really lacking and needing? Some of these answers can be found in the LinkedIn's Green Skills Report. And I had the pleasure of interviewing Ephraim Beiser, who is the head of workforce and climate policy partnership at LinkedIn. And he's been deeply involved in this report for that just came out this year in 2025. So let's roll the interview, please. I'm here with Ephraim Beiser, who is head of workforce and climate policy partnership at LinkedIn. So Ephraim, wonderful to have you on our broadcast. How are you today?
I'm feeling a little better that I'm in an area that's a bit cooler than some of the other parts of the blue zone.
Well, the blue zone, the pavilions, it's sweltering heat, right? So Ephraim, you just released at LinkedIn your green skills report for 2025. And you are the largest business network and recruitment platform, which is of course very impressive. And you also have access to vast amounts of data about its users. So please tell us about the key findings this year in your report.
Well, I think first and foremost, something a lot of people want to know when we think about kind of all of the geopolitical and economic uncertainty, is green skills or green jobs still a thing? And what we see very decisively in the data is that green hiring is up, and is up year over year, and it's continuing at pace. I think the challenge actually is that we are not building the workforce for those jobs fast enough. What we see in our data is that the demand is growing twice as fast as supply. So that's the first key finding that I think really should draw our attention. One, because that sets up a bottleneck for our ability to get things done. And two, because there's a lot of economic opportunity for workers in this space. And if we don't have workers with those right skills, they can't realize that opportunity. So that brings me to our second key finding, which is that the green workforce, those with green skills or green titles, their hiring rate is 46.6% higher than the global workforce overall. That's a big number. And again, that is a number that's been going up and to the right since 2021. So I think that says a lot about that economic opportunity. And third, and I think this is something that's, we've seen these trends going for a while, but for the first time, the majority of green hires are not have green skills, but not green titles. And I think that tells us something really important. It tells us that these skills are being diffused across the enterprise, probably for a couple of reasons. One, the same skills that help people or companies address climate change and promote sustainability do things like build resilience, be adaptable, reduce costs, mitigate risk. These are the core things that businesses care about. And then also we hear this a lot from CSOs that the sustainability function, for that work to get done, it has to be diffused across the enterprise. And I think the diffusion of green skills into non-obvious green titles tells us that's happening.
Thank you, Ephraim. So is there anything in addition to this that really stands out from compared to other years?
So I think one of the things that we've seen, I think I'll take an industry view. One is that the industry that had the greatest year-over-year change in green hiring was finance. And I think that's really important. Think about all the money that when we come to COP, a big part of the conversation is how do we ensure that there's enough money flowing to scale climate solutions. We also know that the insurance industry plays a huge role in mitigating and addressing the risk in promoting resilience. And so what we see in the finance space is they are hiring workers to build teams that look different than they did before, hiring climate modelers and meteorologists to join actuaries and finance professionals. So I think that's really interesting. The other industry that stands out is the tech industry. The tech industry, if we look over from 2021 to 2025, has had the biggest increase in share of green hiring by far. And obviously the big thing that's driving that is the rise of AI in that time period. And I think there's kind of two ways that AI is being used. One, or the green skills and AI are coming together. One, how do you promote sustainable AI? AI that is less resource intensive. How do you mitigate the emissions from not just the using AI and energy, which is increasingly from renewables, but also from the buildings, the materials that go into data centers, cement and steel, those hard to abate sectors. And of course, there's this other piece of it. How do we use AI to drive and accelerate sustainability solutions, whether that's using it for navigating big data or finding new chemical compounds for batteries? I mean, there's a lot of really interesting ways that you can use AI to deliver some of these solutions.
This is really encouraging to hear. I mean, for a person like me that's been working in this field for many years, that there is actually a shift towards a more positive note here. So, talking about trends and shifts, regional differences, what can you say about this? And also generation gaps or variations between sectors. You mentioned AI already for a bit, but so what can you say about this when it comes to green skills?
Well, I think for one thing, we know that there's a lot of young people who want to work on climate. In fact, that's something that really drives them. They want to work at companies that care about climate. The challenge for many of them is they don't realize, one, that they have a lot of the skills to contribute already. How do you turn that climate education and connect it to the world of work? I think there's a lot of work we all have to do to help that connection become stronger. We also know that a lot of them don't feel that they have this or access to climate skills or green skills training. And so we have to figure out how do we bring that to the table. And that's not just the responsibility of education or government. Employers also have to play a key role in doing that.
I completely agree. I always hear this on interviews that there is a lack of skill and people really need to facilitate. I mean, education needs to be facilitated in all aspects of society. So to make the transition happen, we really need to engage people, right?
Yeah.
And also to ensure the skills aspect. So how do you see these things being addressed here at the COP meetings, Ephraim?
This COP, we're on the second of 2 jobs and skills days at COP. And I think having a jobs and skills day in the first place makes it very clear that we need to, if we want to make this transition work for people, we have to make sure they see their livelihoods in this transition. So that's the thing, first and foremost. When the COP presidency created SB COP, the private sector engagement platform, they created a whole work group specific to skills and jobs for climate. Again, being a really strong signal of how important this aspect is, because at the end of the day, the jobs and skills has to be both a vertical, something we are talking about deeply, but also something that we integrate across all of the other topics. Because whether we want to triple renewables, decarbonize buildings, find new ways for technology, every one of those commitments requires a workforce to get it done. And having kind of these signals at COP really makes us all stop and think about if that's a piece of this conversation.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ephraim Beiser, for your inputs and for joining us here. We don't have time. And best of luck with your important work.
Of course, thank you so much for the time.
And now we have Ephraim Barca with us via Zoom, because you are no longer in Belém, correct, Ephraim?
I'm back in San Diego. It's a little cooler here than in the Amazon.
Okay, wonderful. And we also have guests in the Stockholm studio. So let's go overseas to the Stockholm studio. There you are. Wonderful to see both of you. So with us here we have Matilda Usiavi. And Matilda is project manager at TCO, which is the Swedish Confederation of Professional Employees. Great to see you, Matilda. And next
Same
to
to you,
Matilda,
Katrina.
of course. So next to Matilda we have Caroline Nordvall. And Caroline is Secretary General Nätverket för hållbart näringsliv, which translates into the Network for Sustainable Business in Sweden. So what is it like in Stockholm today? It's probably not as sticky as it is in Belém. I read the report is -degrees, right?
I would say, Ephraim, you have nothing against this. It's super cool and chill. I would say one of the first official winter days in Sweden.
That's what I read. So, well, right now, I wouldn't mind at all. So, Caroline, what are your reflections after having listened to the interview that I did with Ephraim?
My initial reflection is just a big yes, like finally it's happening. This is what I've been advocating for many years now, the necessity of integrating sustainability across all spheres and functions. I'm speaking a lot from sustainability management perspective. Our main sustainability and managers, and their task is somewhat of they have a very difficult task at the moment with a lot of responsibility, which is not really sustainable, one could argue. So no, I'm very positive about the fact that more than half of green skills are now hired outside of traditional green jobs. Of course, we can't rely on ESG analysts and sustainability reporters, but we need to integrate these core issues and the skills and awareness across all sectors and functions. So I would say the topic for today is both competence but also skills, and there is a difference in between the two. Competence is something that you can gain within an 8-hour training, but skills is something you develop over time. So here I think we need to find a common understanding and a common language across all spheres and functions of an organization, so that we can build strong and resilient organizations. Just look at nature. What makes nature so strong and resilient? It's diverse, right? So I think we need to adopt this kind of thinking also into an organizational context and see that we need a diverse set of skills, but we need a common understanding among everyone, whether you're a technician or a communicator, or maybe most prominently, or if you're in the finance sector, as mentioned beforehand here, the finance and the insurance sector. So I'm going to come back to that later, but overall, I really welcome the findings from this report.
Thank you, Caroline. So over now to Matilda. LinkedIn is not the only organization releasing this type of reports. TCO has recently released a report on competence, and that's based on a survey among 3,200 employees. That's quite a lot in Sweden. So what are the findings of this report, please?
We're really excited about this report because it's so encouraging. The workforce in Sweden is positive. They want to make the green transition happen, and they want to make it fast. They know that we don't have time, as you would say. And more than 3/4 of Sweden's working population are positive towards transforming society, and they are very much aware that the labor market is very important, and that it could be like a key to making this happen. And a majority also believes that it will impact their current occupation, and a majority know that they need to have professional development or training to be able to, get jobs in the future. And even though when they think about this change,
more hope than fear, and so they don't see it as a threat, and this is so important. But on the other hand, just 1 in 10 has had this kind of training from their employer the past year. So this is really something that needs to get started, I think. So that's basic, overall findings.
Actually quite shocked when I read your report and saw the 1 in 10. Only 1 in 10 had the type of training that was needed. So Ephraim, what is your take on what you just heard from my Swedish friends and colleagues in Stockholm?
Well, first, I love that other groups are also invested in understanding the workforce needs for this transition. We think that we need more groups to be tracking this data. This should be part of normal one, like the labor market information that statistical offices and government track. We're glad that more professional groups are interested in this, and I think that that's really important. I think there are 2 things that I heard that I'll just stand out. One is we know and we see that green skills and doing this type of activity in your work is part of that way we go from some of that climate anxiety that so many people feel to climate action. That is where we can see real leverage in the things people do in their jobs. For most companies, their emissions are scope 3. They're in their supply chain. And so when people ask, like, what can I do to really make an impact on climate? Going to work in supply chain is going to be one of those areas where you can have a huge impact. And I think this other point that we heard around, do workers feel like they have access to the training? We did a similar survey and saw the exact same results. People are hungry to learn these skills. They see how it's important to their jobs, the work they do right now, not just some job they want in the future. And they don't get enough access to that training. One thing that we saw that's interesting is that most employers believe they're offering that training to their workforce, and I think that tells us there's some kind of disconnect. Something we have to do to help workers see these trainings are available, to better connect these types of trainings to the work they have, and how important it is, not just to the job they're doing, but kind of the field that they're in. So that way we can actually get more of that training accessible, because what employers are telling us is they also agree that these types of skills are going to be important to doing things that they as businesses care about.
For adding this perspective. So Caroline, many of you members of your network, they're big companies like IKEA, SKF, etc., and many of these companies are present here at the COP. So what are these companies doing after? They must have been reflecting on the TSU report, right? So how do they deal with this gap in skills and training?
Just over 200 companies, so I don't have any exact statistics on that. But what I can say is that being a sustainability manager today is no easy task. I would say the majority of sustainability managers and professionals are today recruited from an environmental perspective, which makes sense. But sustainability, and not least driving and managing sustainability, contains so many more skills and competence than just understanding the scientific base of it. You need to be, I would say the very base is complexity here. Having complexity in terms of knowledge, in terms of awareness, in terms of operations and strategy. I would say a good sustainability manager essentially has the same qualities as a good CEO. So you need to have an eye for the business case. You need to be a good communicator. You need to be a salesperson. You need to be a storyteller, all of those things. But you also need to have this sense of complexity. This really is no easy task, and we are addressing this, of course, in the network through various ways related to competence, but also first and foremost through a collaborative learning approach. I would say it can be case-based learning, workshops within one of our members' facilities, a small dinner where we coach each other and help each other out with different challenges. So very much of a network approach to this. But what I also want to mention here, just a quick note on the TCO report was, well, I would say two things that stood out for me. One was, as you mentioned already, the very positive approach to it. And that's the very key for any transformation to take place, that there's a social acceptance for it, maybe even an embrace of the change, if you will. So I was very happy to read that statistics. But also, I saw another minor but very important detail, and it has to do with the ranking of different professions, the relevance in the green transition. And almost at the very bottom, you could see finance, just slightly over psychology. And these two professions, or skills, if you will, are absolutely key enablers to make the rest of the transition actually work. And wow, if you would cross-pollinate these two, psychology and finance, you would have a long-term business imperative that as the very base for all investments. Fantasy, building on courage, building on vision, and I think we have a lot of work to do there. So those are my two main takeaways.
Indeed, thank you, Caroline. There's also lots of reports, of course, of the stress levels of people working in this field. So they might even need to get more support from HR, for instance. So Ephraim, what needs to happen in terms of getting companies to really support the workforce here, and also, well, get more people into this field so we can really get in line and work towards the Paris Agreement?
Well, I think one, we have to acknowledge, and I think what we heard around like just the changing nature of what a sustainability professional does, like all these jobs are changing, and it's really important that employers take a skills-based approach to both how they hire, and I'll talk about that in a second, but also how they develop their talent. And when we mean a skills-based approach, what that really means is you look at a job as a collection of skills, and then be able to say, okay, what are the skills that my workforce has today, and the skills we need them to have, and then help them develop those specific skills, and in doing so, make it really relevant to the jobs they have and the functions they do. So I think it becomes very clear why it's important. The second thing, as I mentioned, is how do you find new pockets of talent? Because these are all growing jobs. That means people, if you only look at people who've done this job before or have some kind of formal training in it, there's no way you can meet this demand. Because you have to find pockets of talent that have different backgrounds. So I think, you know, we see this with sustainability managers, where some of them may not have worked explicitly in sustainability, but what they brought is really important knowledge of the business and industry, and that passion for working on sustainability topics. And that ends up being kind of the right mix of skills to get them into the job. And then ultimately, you know, there's a couple things they may have to learn about specific reporting frameworks that become really important to doing that job moving forward. The same way it's true for, you know, I go back to supply chain. You know, if you have to figure out how do you find and identify risk in your supply chain for potential disruption because of climate-induced natural disaster, the person who already thinks about supply chain, how to identify risk in a supply chain, is really well positioned to think about this climate risk in the supply chain. And so I think it's important that that skills-based approach, it's going to be how we bring more people into the field, and it's going to be how we take people who already have so much of the expertise we need and help them realize that that expertise is already there and can contribute. Because I think, you know, this point, so many people want to work on it, they don't feel like they are prepared. But, you know, what our data tell us is a lot of people already have some of those fundamental and foundational skills to make a real difference.
Thank you, Ephraim. So Matilda, what are your reflections after having listened to the interventions from Caroline and also from Ephraim here?
There are a lot of things that we can agree on. And I mean, we also believe that we need like a coordinated and long-term action. And actually, one of our suggestions is that we need a mapping. And you're talking, Ephraim, about what the employers should do. We think that the Swedish government should do this mapping together with us, of course, and the employers and maybe scientists to find out like what competences and skills will be needed in the future, now and in the future, or in the near future, so that we can prepare and we can do it now. And we also think that we need like a work-based competence development, and that's what's lacking today. And of course, as a representative of trade unions, we think that we need like security in the transformation. That's very important. Our report shows that most people don't think that they will lose their job. Actually, they're more positive than that. But perhaps some people will lose their jobs, or they have to like reskill, and then we need like a support system for that, and we have that in Sweden, and it's working very well.
Matilda, and also for bringing up the reskill perspective, because it's important to also talk about this, of course. So, Caroline, what are your reflections on how to organize this? This really needs to be organized to make this work, right? So, any more thoughts than what Matilda just said about mapping and making the government do the mapping?
$1 million question. No, but I would like to refer back to what you said, Katarina, about the workload and the work description of sustainability managers. So a vast majority of sustainability managers across the world today are actually facing burnout because of what I just said about the complexity and diversity that comes with the role, which is a good thing, but it can definitely also lead to a cognitive overload. It can definitely stress you out, having to deal with a vast range of topics at the same time, and maybe also a bit of emotional stress because of peaking emissions, geopolitical instability, and all these types of things that you have to deal with on a daily basis from your desk. So I don't have a clear answer other than that sustainability has to be a team effort that is complete. That is so well shown in both of your reports here. So a collaborative way forward where everyone has a common understanding and common knowledge and can contribute with their unique set of skills.
Thank you, Caroline. Of course, collaboration, as you pointed out, is key here. There's so many aspects of society and so many parts of society that need to be pulling together and pulling in the same direction to get these skills and also to retrain if when needed. So Ephraim, what do you say about organization here? Who needs to organize themselves, and what collaborations need to be put in place?
Yeah. So I think we've heard a couple of different types of collaborations that need to happen, and I think one, we can start with government. We know that we often see that climate and workforce and education people, they don't talk to one another enough. And they don't talk to one another enough to identify some of these workforce challenges and then ultimately put plans in place. So we think that we want to see education, labor, and workforce ministries talk more to their climate, environment, and energy counterparts. That's step one. And then, of course, as they're starting to work more together, they need to bring in union representatives, Indigenous community representatives, kind of NGOs, education and training providers, and industry to have kind of these councils that will, one, help them understand that data in real time and begin to help translate some of the industry needs into these education and workforce programs. One, because we have to make sure that people entering the workforce have these skills, but of course, we don't have time to wait for a whole new generation of workers to show up. So what are we doing to make sure that workers who are transitioning jobs or workers in their jobs right now are getting the skills they need? So that's, I think, at the kind of the government and economy level. We also need to start seeing things at the organizational level. And I think similarly to ways you don't see kind of energy and climate workforce folks talking as much, you don't see sustainability and HR professionals talking as much as they could, because then I think where it starts is ensuring that sustainability, or the business case for sustainability, is part of a company's or organization's top priorities, because that's when HR starts to pay attention and say, hey, we need to make sure all of our workforce has the capability to deploy these activities in their work. We're seeing that right now pretty actively with things like AI. Everybody wants to figure out how to find efficiencies using AI tools in the workplace. And I would say that if which means we know it can be done. We know that you can set up these AI academies across your organization to help people learn these skills and do it in a work-based way. And we think the same thing should be happening when it comes to developing these key green skills in those really important and critical roles.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Ephraim Beiser, Caroline Nordvall, and Matilda Osieri for really clarifying such a big piece of the puzzle the workforce is here in this transition, because this really needs to be more well known and addressed indeed. So thanks very much for joining us here on We Don't Have Time, and best of luck with your important work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
State Congress voted to ban abortion. Alternate universe located.
Global temperatures rise.
The effects on social media on Generation Z.
To avoid catastrophe, rising sea levels, and dying coral reefs, the epicenter of a global pandemic.
No exception for rape or incest.
Hello, nice to see you too. So welcome back. We often talk about emissions and we talk about energy systems, but we know that nature and forests sit at the heart of everything. They shape the water cycles, they stabilize the climate, they support livelihoods, and they hold cultural meaning that spans generations. And yet we've underinvested in forests and in their restoration for far too long. So today we are going to look squarely at what it takes to change that, not in theory but in practice. And how do we build the seed supply, the community capacity, the financing structures and the trust needed to bring degraded landscapes back to life? How do we make restoration a global movement that's rooted in science, grounded in local leadership, and supported by both public and private capital? To set the stage, we're going to begin with a fireside conversation between Yishan Wong, the founder and CEO of a company called Reforestation, and Dr. Shuta Chakrabarti, who is the CEO of We Don't Have Time in North America. Let's watch that.
We are so excited to be at COP30 with Reforestation, and we are going to be talking about tripling reforestation by 2030. How are we going to mobilize communities and capital? So before we kick off the panel, we have with us the CEO of Reforestation himself, Yishan Wong. Yishan, thank you so much for joining us.
Cool, thank you.
So, okay, let's get right into it. You've said that nature is the foundation of every economy on Earth. So let's start there. Why do you believe restoring nature is so fundamental to human progress as building roads, as building grids, as data networks?
Well, I think it goes back to this really basic investment idea, which is when you have an investment that's been paying great ROI, you want to double down. So, it's pretty basic. Many people these days, they think, hey, we've been using up nature. We need to restore it. We need to put it back. And that's kind of true. But there's a deeper realization to be had, which is that nature has been providing for us all along. It continues to provide for us. Like it's always trying to grow back, always trying to restore itself. So when we talk about doing our restoration work, we take weekends off, we take holidays. When nature works on restoration, it's working 24/7. It doesn't take a break. It's just doing that. It's always growing. So a better way to think of it is nature is an investment that's always been providing returns to us. So we should double down on restoring it, building it up, making it even better. And we're all going to get even more out of it.
Yeah, okay, I love how you put that. And we just need to start thinking about nature like that. But should we be worried that the age of abundance is over? How can we continue to accelerate human development in a world that has finite resources? Will we really be able to bring nature back?
I actually think that the age of abundance isn't over. it's just beginning. Abundance didn't come about because we were good at extracting resources. It came from harnessing human creativity, technology, learning to make, in some cases, like learning to make something out of nothing, or taking something and making it better. When you look at countries, it's not the countries that have a lot of mineral wealth or natural resource extraction that end up being wealthy. It's countries that promote and encourage human creativity, creation, entrepreneurship. Those countries are not just wealthy, but they're also more successful when it comes to conserving and restoring their natural ecosystems. Nature is a system that fundamentally, it gives you more the more you put into it. It's a multiplying machine. Like literally nature multiplies and gives you more. And we know this intrinsically. It's why we farm. So I think we're entering an age of abundance because there is a growing realization that what we have to do is invest in nature. And that's not a tax on us, it's an investment. It's an investment that we will reap huge, huge gains, all of us, from an abundant planet that has always, since the beginning of time, worked nonstop, tirelessly to provide for us. And the more we invest, the more we can have.
So it's incredible the amount of human ingenuity and innovation that goes into nature that will bring back this age of abundance, like you say. And it's also going to require tripling investments in forests by 2030. That's what UNEP also says that needs to happen. But, it always comes down to where are we going to find the capital? Where are we going to find the resources? What's holding us back from really achieving this goal? Can you talk to our audience a little bit about that?
Well, what's really holding it back is a disconnect in understanding between the key parties. There's essentially two groups: people who do the work on the ground, who plant trees and restore forests, and people who make decisions on how to allocate money, like billions of dollars. Each of those groups understands very fine details, very complex details about what it means to do their work. And there's almost no overlap between those groups. Usually when you see a new market develop, when a lot of money finally begins to flow into something, a key element of that is a group of people who understands both sides really well. They can talk to everybody, help build all the little bridges of understanding that are needed to facilitate investment, catch things when they go wrong, account for risks, ensure that things are done right. I've seen this a lot in tech, because tech is always coming up with new things to invest in. And they're often new and confusing. And the key thing that opens it all up is when you have someone emerge who's in the middle, who understands finance and who also understands the tech. So there's very, very little overlap right now between the on-the-ground restoration experts and sophisticated finance people. So almost every single investor or funder or anyone who controls money has never planted a tree in their life, much less restored a forest, dealt with sapling mortality, wildlife abatement, nursery management, and seed collection, like fencing, all these factors they have no experience with. And almost no one who is out in the field putting trees in the ground has ever run a hedge fund or a large business, like dealing with rates of return or cost of capital or bond issuances or any of that. So you need, especially to get things moving, a unique, almost vertically integrated player. Someone who deeply understands the details of both realms and can make sure all the real details are taken care of. A lot of well-intentioned projects where someone wants to put a bunch of money into restoring forests, they usually fail in one of two major ways. One, the financial side is a mess, and in the best case, they run out of money. In the worst case, you have some kind of financial scandal, right? Like we've seen those. Two,
Sure.
The other way it fails is that all the plants just die, because they didn't know what it took to properly nurture the project, the site, the people and communities involved, plants, 1,000 details on both ends. So you need someone who can bridge the divide, who is willing to learn all the messy details of everything, someone who can build that first bridge. And once that bridge is created, now more people can get involved. There's more understanding. The first bridge helps build more. And then you move the capital from one side to the other and make investments that actually work.
That's really fascinating. We're going to be paying close attention to the outcomes of this COP because reforestation really is being discussed. So we'll see those bridges getting built and have some great outcomes to talk about by the end of this week. Looking forward to that. So we've also seen projects fail when communities aren't at the center. And this is also something that's being really aggressively discussed here at COP, how important working with Indigenous communities are that really know the land. So what have you learned about how important it is to build trust on the ground for these projects to truly succeed?
Well, I'll answer this question by talking about a thing that you've probably heard of. And here's the thing. There's a difference between really listening to someone and just waiting until they're done talking so that you can talk, right? Like you've probably heard this, like we've all heard this. And that is the key. There isn't any special technique. Like this is just like an ancient primal truth about human beings. Like the first step to understanding, to trust, it's just listening. You have to have this mindset of, I'm going to go in and listen because I'm trying to learn what I really don't know. In my company, we have this value. It's called seek a deeper understanding. Right? Like seek a deeper understanding. And one of the reasons we have this value is because very often when you think you know something, you don't really know it. Because if you already knew, you wouldn't be dealing with this situation.
Sure.
So, yeah. So it's to remind us that when we think we know, we don't really know, and we have to ask more questions. Listen carefully. You know, what is someone telling us? What are they not telling us? What do they secretly want us to know but don't feel comfortable saying yet? You know, things like that. And the first step to building trust is just really carefully, truly listening. People will tell you about themselves if you make a space for them, if you are really there to listen. This is like the most boring superpower that we have, basically, that we are willing to listen, and that's really the core of it.
Now we've gotten to the lightning round, so this is exciting. There's a lot happening at COP and around COP, and in the news, in the headlines. Our audience tuning in will be familiar with these topics that I'm going to ask you about, and I'm going to ask for your reflection to keep under about 90 seconds. So, first one is AI and sustainability. Please go.
I think the people who are looking for an angle to attack AI and sustainability are doing it wrong. And they're being totally stupid attacking AI from an angle that's completely wrong and misinformed. When there's another angle that's totally real, and that angle is power consumption. The typical one is the water usage one, and water usage is essentially a non-issue. Like everyone who claims it's an issue is totally misinformed, doesn't know anything about water or data centers. But there is a real, true, big issue, which is power consumption. And the technology people, you know, to their credit, are working very hard on it. But the power consumption issue is very real, and it's a very tough one to crack.
Okay, that really was a lightning round, so thank you for that. Next one, carbon credits. Is it a fix or a fail?
Oh man, the best way I can describe this is that I hate carbon credits, but I think they're 100% absolutely necessary, or we'll never solve the climate problem. And it's absolutely essential that we have some sort of way of, you know, fundamentally crediting the people who do the work of removing carbon from the atmosphere, right? Like you have to pay people for doing work. Like now everyone understands and agrees with this idea that you have to pay people for doing work. You know, like left and right, socialists and capitalists, they all agree on this. You have to pay people for doing work, and you have to pay them fairly. How much do you have to pay them? That's what pay them fairly means, because then you have to measure the work. And that's what makes it hard, because climate is complicated and complicated things are hard to measure. Now, we are getting, and by we, I mean mankind collectively, we are getting better at it. So we're probably like 10 times better at it than we were 15 years ago when this whole thing started. But we need to be something like 100 times better. So a lot of work needs to go into it, and it's very hard, but lots of people are making progress, and we're going to solve it. And in the meantime, there's no way around it. It's painful and hard work figuring it out, but carbon credits are necessary. When people do work that improves the climate, it helps everyone. So you need a way to pay for that work. So that's pretty simple, and that's what a carbon credit really is.
Okay, I like that. That's an easy to understand hot take. Next one, Bill Gates's climate pivot. Now it might be tricky to stay under 90 seconds, but go for it.
Okay, so Bill Gates's memo, in my opinion, it's a very complex and esoteric. If you know the the classical definition of esoteric. It's an esoteric message. For people who want to really dive into what I think it means, I posted a lengthy post about it online. You can go look it up. But in the meantime, I'll say this. Climate change is a really complicated issue. It's like super complex. It's like every branch of science we know combined together on a planetary scale of operation. And what has happened is that, the common wisdom is that the people who are holding back the climate movement are fossil fuel companies and climate deniers. But in the past 10 to 20 years, it hasn't been totally true. Increasingly, the people holding back the climate movement are non-technical allies who have developed simplistic and factually incorrect beliefs about climate. And unfortunately, non-technical allies helping to make policy on complex scientific issues is often counterproductive. So Bill's memo is really an attempt to correct and hold back some of those excesses. He's saying, hey, there's a lot of variables, and maybe you don't want to oversimplify things. He's not saying climate change is not a serious problem. It is still a very serious problem. He's still working on it, spending a lot of his own money doing so, and we all need to work on it. So it's just that for the activists who have brought us successfully to this point of global consciousness, now that we need to implement solutions, and maybe this is more my opinion, it's time to let the people who can do math take the lead on that.
I like that a lot. Okay, let's let the people who can do math take the lead on it. Next one, economic future of restoration.
Well, okay, let me put it this way. So the planet used to have an estimated 6 trillion trees. That's how many trees were on the planet before mankind came about. Today, we have 3 trillion trees. So, okay, we cut down a lot. But we could put all of that back. Like, we really could. Advances in agricultural productivity mean that there's less land competition now that food production, now there's less land competition now between food production and forests. And solar desalination means we can bring water to areas that have dried out. It's actually entirely feasible to bring back all or most of those forests. Like, planting even 1 trillion of those just means that every human being planting 1 tree a month, every month, for 10 years will get there. And so in a couple of decades, we could bring back almost all of those forests, like 2 to 3 trillion. It's quite simple. Like, we know how to plant trees, and every human can participate. So I ask you this. What other resource could you say this about? Like oil, gold, like rare earth elements? Like, all of those things, once you dig them out and use them, there's no more. At best, you can recycle them out of the products you made. But trees, we can bring them all back. The earth helps us 24/7, like regrowing itself, helping to bring them all back. So this incredible resource, trees, forest, nature, the idea that we could use so much of it, and then we could just get it all back if we invested the time and effort, that's incredibly valuable. That's something that people are realizing, and I think that's the economic future of restoration.
Yeah, that's amazing. The earth really has the opportunity to heal itself and rejuvenate if we let it, right? We hear you loud and clear. Okay, I'm always so much more hopeful after we speak. So your last topic in this lightning round is hope in 2030.
Well, I think we're at the beginning of a science fiction future. So I guess I'll talk a bit about that. I used to read a lot of science fiction. And in all the sci-fi futures, there's usually one of 2 visions of what happened to Earth, looking back. And in many of the futures, mankind is out in space. We walk among the stars, and there's 2 ways that Earth is often depicted in those stories. In one of them, Earth is a wasteland, and maybe due to climate change or pollution or nuclear war or something like that. It's not a great place to be, and in the future people just talk about how lucky we were to get off the planet and find somewhere to survive. In another vision of the future, Earth is a beautiful garden. Like, we've made some mistakes, but we corrected them. We restored the land and the oceans. We used our technology and our determination to fix our mistakes, and we made Earth beautiful, like a paradise. And sometimes the future humans, they live on another planet and it's not so good. They're in this dome. The water is rationed and life is hard, but they hear stories about Earth, beautiful Mother Earth. where there are whole oceans of water, blue skies and trees and birds and animals, and it's unbelievable and amazing. And all the humans, their dream, they tell their children, right? Like their dream is to take a trip back to Earth, the cradle of mankind, to visit this beautiful planet that gave us life. So we can choose between those two visions of the future. And I think we can have the better one, the beautiful one. And really all that takes is doing the work.
So that leaves us to the last question, which is, based on what you just described, what is the one call to action for those who are tuning in? What would you tell them they need to be doing to usher in that vision of a future Earth?
So some people hear me talk and they read something I wrote and they say, okay, I want to help. I want to participate. Like, how do I do this? If I don't have the time to plant trees and I can't fund a large landscape scale restoration program myself, like how do I really do it right? Like in a high quality way. So, okay, we created a subscription program. Everyone loves subscription programs, right? So it's all right. You can go to our site and you can do your part. I said earlier that we could reach 1 trillion trees if every person just did their part and planted 1 tree a month for a decade. And if you apply that to every human on the planet, the math adds up. So you can sign up for a subscription to plant 1 tree a month, and you're funding the entire thing, the long-term maintenance of the tree, entire growth cycle, so that it grows until it's fully mature and part of a new forest. And if you want to do your part, you do this. You pay to plant 1 tree a month. And we'll give you pictures and stories, and eventually your grandchildren will be able to visit trees. And you convince everyone else to do the same thing. And really, truly, if we do this, if we all do it, we will reforest the planet.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Ishan, for joining us today at COP30.
Thank you very much, Yishan and Shuta. Let's build now on this discussion. We'll now broaden our conversation with some amazing guests. I've got Jad Daly in the studio with us here in Belém at COP30, newly appointed president of Terraformation. Hi, Jad. Okay. Yeah. On the magic of Zoom, we've got Xiye Bastida, I think, a leading voice for youth and indigenous climate leadership. Is she with us? No, she's not. She's meant to be here. Okay, we'll wait on her. Okay, but on the magic of Zoom, really on the magic of Zoom, we have Benji Bakker, whose work demonstrates how conservation can unite rather than polarize. Because we haven't got Xiye with us right now, let me come to you, Jad.
Super.
So congratulations on your new role as
Thank
president of Terraformation.
Thank you.
We met, I think, a couple of years ago at COP28 in Dubai when you were leading American forests.
Yes.
And you worked at the intersection of policy and practice. What's your goal here with Terraformation? What's the big job here that you have to do? What are you bringing to its mission? And where do you see the biggest opportunity to accelerate reforestation globally?
Yeah, thanks so much. Well, listen, I think the big shift that we made at American Forests was going from being an organization that was doing projects to an organization that thought of itself as both a doer, but also a movement leader, a movement builder. And so our goal at Terraformation is to take the great work that we've been doing out there in the world, building tools and resources for the movement and partnering on landscape scale reforestation, and to scale that up, but also to complement that by leaning into movement leadership as well. And in fact, one of the things we've announced here at COP, in addition to my joining the organization, is that we're creating a nonprofit arm of Terraformation so that we can take our superpowers of building a reforestation narrative, of creating new innovative ways to do it and tools for the job, of doing this work on the ground and of teaching others, and to deliver those out into the world more flexibly and fluently as a combination for-profit, nonprofit. But, I want to talk a little about, you asked the question of what's the most essential scaling mechanism right now for this really important goal that the UN has named, that we need to triple the pace of reforestation by 2030. That's a huge challenge. And so you might think when you ask me, well, what's the most important ingredient? You might think I would say money or trees but actually the most important ingredient in reforestation is people. And so I really want to focus on what we've learned, and what I saw this in both my work at American Forests and also how we're seeing our work play out at Terraformation in countries like Ghana and Cameroon, with whom we announced big national partnerships here at COP30, is that at the end of the day, the reforestation movement will only succeed if it is truly just collaboration. If we recognize that in doing this work of reforestation, we can create economic opportunities for the people who need them the most, whether it's in very rural parts of a country like Ghana or Cameroon. Back in my work in the United States, it was certain populations in our cities that, like formerly incarcerated persons. There are people all around the world who are facing barriers to enjoying the prosperity that we have economically. And so we need to use reforestation as a tool to drive economic opportunity to those people who need it the most. So it's really just transition in the process of delivering big solutions like carbon sequestration and enhancing biodiversity. And the last thing I'd say about this people side of it is so part of it is how we construct these partnerships to have that economic engine at the core, to have the right kind of workforce training programs that draw in those populations that need these opportunities the most. But there's something else that people need to do better too, which is to build learning communities. Because this work of reforestation is very tricky, and we need everything from indigenous knowledge to space-age science all woven together, and to making sure that we're planting the right trees with the right tree species and genetics in the right places. We're managing them in the right ways on an ongoing basis. And so there's a huge learning opportunity for us all doing this work, whether it's at the scale of a single landscape or across a country or around the world. And so part of what we're going to be really leaning into at Terraformation in this new model that we've created is not only leading by example ourselves, and what does it look like to have that just collaboration that includes that learning component to it, but how do we then spread that knowledge and those best approaches more effectively all across the movement to foster a global community that's learning how to do this work better, faster, and more efficiently up and down the reforestation supply chain?
It is complex, and sometimes it's difficult for people on the outside who may have heard about, reforesting and conserving forests and all these big issues, because they sometimes hear about attempts to do it in many different countries, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, parts of Africa, Latin America, and it always seems that the final story is never quite as glorious as we want it to be.
Let me give you some scores that will make you feel really excited.
Okay.
So we have a project in Ghana. It was part of a partnership that we announced here at COP30. It is a project that started with a local community effort that was reforesting about 50 acres per year of mangroves in this Keta Lagoon, which is a globally recognized Ramsar site. It's a priority site for mangrove reforestation for both the benefits to people from doing that, incubating fish populations and other things, but also it's a globally significant hotspot for migratory birds, for example. So this is just a win for people, and it's a win for biodiversity when we reforest this lagoon. But it was happening at 50 hectares a year. So to your point, it's a beautiful story, but if we're only moving at 50 hectares per year, we're not really moving the needle on these values. It's not benefiting people or the planet. We've been able to scale from 50 hectares to 6,000 hectares in just a few years. We've been able to do it in that just collaboration that I talked about. We're creating 200 jobs, sustained jobs, with local community members doing this work. We've been able to invest in a local fish pond that's going to help incubate the aquaculture economy while we're waiting for the mangroves and the fish populations to come back. We're even have the possibility, the community's talking about investing some of the money in scholarships for students from the communities to go to universities. So I think what we're really seeing is, we built it the right way on the people side. We're bringing a lot of technical expertise through Terraformation and our work with the Ghanaian government, the Forestry Commission, to make sure that we're infusing into these local efforts all the right forestry techniques and tools. We're including our TerraWare tool, which we might get into in talking about the role of technology in doing this, but a very sophisticated technology for building the reforestation supply chain and managing it with data. And so it's this amazing kind of, in some ways, the most ancient practice of people coming together to do something together the right way, but infusing that with really sophisticated technical expertise and tools. And then lastly, by creating carbon finance and feeding that into this project as the sort of final ingredient. That is, again, creating capacity scale from 50 hectares a year to a 6,000 hectare project. I think that's the journey that we need to go on in places like that all around the world. We're involved in a number of them. We have peers in this movement who are similarly doing this work. And so I'm actually very hopeful. I think we've actually broken out of that scale trap and that promise trap that you're talking about. But we do still need to knit it all together into a movement that asks the world for the resources that we need to go the last step of this journey to really scale at, for example, the scale of the climate crisis.
Remembering, of course, that mangroves, seagrasses and salt marshes are absorbing something like a third of the world's transport emissions, aren't they? These small slivers of wonderful biodiversity and ecosystems that are doing such a great job for us all. Yeah.
And thank you for bringing that up. I'll just say, we just talk so much here about the carbon side of it, right? And to think about a place like that where you're getting a massive carbon benefit, you're getting a climate adaptation and resilience benefit, you're getting this massive biodiversity benefit, and you're uplifting, local communities and sustainable development. That's the trifecta, right? That's platinum grade, not gold standard. That's platinum standard. Project development, landscape level project development. That's what we can do around the world.
Benji, we're very conscious of you out there in the internet. But hi. You got a nice background there. You look like you might actually be in Belém, actually, with that.
I want to say my friend Benji, by the way, who's a tremendous leader. Let me just say that.
Jad's the best.
Benji,
Jad, great to see you. And I wish I was in Belém.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Benji, you're a founder and CEO of Nature is Non-Partisan. I think that's a message that's needed very much these days in the United States, but other places too. You've shown that environmental stewardship doesn't have to be partisan. What lessons from your work in the US can help make reforestation a unifying issue that bridges divides globally?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. It's truly an honor to share the stage with Jad again. He's one of my favorite people, and it's a really important question because right now the environment couldn't be a more toxic issue. It's never been this toxic, at least in my lifetime, and it shouldn't be. For the trees and for the animals and for our fellow people, the environment does and should transcend political identities and political lines. And when you look at history, you saw the most effective environmental policies happened with people who worked across political divides. The Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, passed with over 90% support in the United States. Those were the biggest environmental policies we've seen, and they've lasted for decades, and they've been very impactful in helping with water quality and air quality. So how do we make it nonpartisan again is really the question. And the answer is most people don't care about carbon emissions. I hate to say it. They care about the health of their community. They care about their kids. They care about the forest in their backyard not burning down. I've lived out west for most of my adult life, and the people out west in the United States do care about forest fires. They do care about the health of their forest. They do care about if trees are dying. And so it's about connecting the issue to the people and making sure that people feel connected to it. And really, at the end of the day, people need to start seeing nature as part of the human right? Like having a healthy environment is just as important as having shelter over your head. And so this is the sort of thing that we need to connect to people's livelihoods outside of just climate. And we need to start talking about it in the way that people can resonate with and relate to. And that's really about health, community, and the environment itself, and the local impacts that a lot of these problems are having. And one problem in one part of the United States is not the same as somewhere else. I mean, I grew up in the Midwest, and the water quality issues there, the forests there are very different than here in the Southwest in Arizona where I live now. And yet people still care just as much no matter where they are politically. So we need to start tapping into that if we're going to see reasonable and sustainable progress.
Very interesting indeed. And I mean, how long have you two known each other? How long have you known Jed, and how long has Jed known Benji?
I guess only like a year, but we've become fast friends.
Exactly. Well, and I've had such respect for Benji's work. We might actually have one earlier connection at I think it was COP27, if I recall correctly. Right. When I think really importantly to reinforce Benji's great point, we were actually together in an event, so it was just for a little bit, but releasing poll data showing that in the United States, over 90% of people across party lines don't just support reforestation, they support using it as a climate change solution. So I think all of us in nature-based solutions need to think about this. We're actually a bridge builder for the entire climate movement. To folks who are still getting comfortable with acknowledging the scale of this problem, acknowledging we need to change our behaviors in some ways to address it. And so because of our shared love of trees and nature, and as Benji said, these things that they're not co-benefits, they're part of this suite of benefits that we get all together when we deliver trees and forests with climate funding and as part of our climate strategies. It feels like a place to get people to the place of saying, yes, this is a problem, which is a big step. And then, yes, we have the capacity to do it. And then lastly, it's a solution that is being deployed, everything from in people's backyards and city streets all the way to national level projects across whole landscapes. And so I think it even gets people comfortable with the different scales of action that are needed and the agency that's required from all of us to be part of the solution.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. And Jad's, really led that here in the United States. And trees are ultimately a unifier for most people. When you're out in the forest and you live in the forest, which a lot of people on the right in the United States do, politics goes by the wayside. When you're talking about the health of a forest, you really aren't talking about political identities. And whether you're hiking, you're skiing, you're logging, whatever you're doing in the forest, people don't care about political identities at that point. They care about the forest. And so what we need to do is start not seeing every issue as a political identity issue. When people think of environmentalism, they think of identity politics. They think of, me versus you. I even see our community do it in the environmental space. It's like us versus Trump. No, the problem is environmental degradation. The problem is that we don't have a deep connection as a society anymore with the environment past a political lens. Everyone kind of sees it through a political lens. And so it's become a team sport. The environment is not a team sport. There's no winners and losers. We're all either winners or we're all losers. That's the trade-off that we have.
In sport,
and,
right?
Yeah. And that's what I think Jad and I have been able to start to really help people understand, is that people actually do see it that way when you get past the surface, and people don't realize that when they look at the macro politics. But in reality, people don't want this to be caught in that culture war.
And Benji's the right coach for that team, that unified team that we have. So yeah, he's doing just a great job really bringing us together.
Exactly. Jad, just let's come back on this issue of financing for forest restoration.
Yeah, absolutely.
Though. I kind of alluded to that before. It's sometimes being fragmented on the ground.
Completely.
What needs to change in the capital flows? We're seeing a bit here in Brazil at COP30. There's a lot of talk about forests.
Yeah.
I'm seeing some new funds coming forward under the Brazilian presidency.
Very encouraging.
Development banks, philanthropy, it needs to come together. You were talking about carbon markets as well. What's your take on it?
Let me just make a few interconnected points. The first one is, in events like this, sometimes it feels like a banking conference. We talk so much of finance. This is in the title of half the panels here at least. And I wish we talked more about forestry. I wish we talked more about the actions we're trying to finance, both because I think it would help people understand that our motivation here is not money. Our motivation is change that we're trying to create in the world. And in the case of reforestation, let's make sure that we are being as efficient, as effective as possible with every dollar we use. So I talked earlier about the need for learning communities. I talked earlier about the technologies that, for example, we developed with TerraWare, this tool for giving people a data-driven way to manage the reforestation supply chain from where a seed's collected in the field all the way through making it a seedling to planting it and measuring the outcomes. That kind of next generation management of this very old-fashioned practice of reforestation can actually help us spend dollars more efficiently, get more trees planted and surviving for every dollar we invested. So I hope we don't shortchange the challenging ourselves to actually do better on the delivery side of the whole reforestation movement and the work we do in the world. But we do have to finance it. And so I think there are two interlocking ideas there. The first is we can't skip past the need for the public sector to do its part. If you look at most of the successful efforts, including some of the ones we've heard about here in Brazil, yes, it's got private finance at its core, but it's empowered by government action. It's empowered by policy frameworks that support blended finance. It's empowered by concessionary capital from government banking institutions, for example, and de-risking of capital by government institutions. So policymakers need to lay the foundation. And I would also note by actually spending money on this themselves. In the United States, thanks to working with people like Benji, we got $14 billion worth of forest investment between the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. Because everyone saw the value of investing government dollars directly in these activities, the same ones that we sit here and talk about investing in with private finance. So let's have governments investing funding and then creating policy structures that invite private finance to come in and ice the cake. Now, when it comes to private finance, I think what we need to recognize is the classic, treating nature like a classic Wall Street investment is only going to take us so far. There are some things that can generate the kinds of returns that traditional investors need and with the risk tolerance that they have. But most of the things we're talking about are probably never going to go too far in that model. And so it's time for us to look at the ways in which we've just bent the traditional model somewhat. Again, just reducing our return on investment expectations just enough to make it work. Coming up again with those blended risk management mechanisms where the public sector kind of shares the risk in ways that lets private capital come in and essentially de-risks the investment. Those are the kinds of things, if we just all acknowledge that we need a slightly different model, and that's what we should be talking about here. How do we scale that? How do we get the collective willpower to scale that? More of that will, I think, lead us to breakthroughs. And then the very last piece is about pricing expectations. You know, the direct air capture folks have taught us there really isn't a rule of how much people will pay for carbon. It depends on how confident they are in what they're paying for and how interested they are in scaling what they're paying for. And so you're seeing incredibly high prices paid for direct air capture, far, far more than anybody would think they would be willing to pay for nature-based credits. And so how do all of us in the nature-based space define a new platinum-grade credit that is everything we want on carbon and climate adaptation, everything we want on biodiversity, everything on just transition and community benefits, and say that's the work we want to do. Here's the realistic price point to deliver that, and reset the pricing expectations for reforestation done really right, just the same way the direct air capture people have reset the expectations of what you're willing to pay for. And I think there's a chance if we do that, put all those kind of pieces together, public sector action, private sector adjustments, and then new expectations of what it's going to cost to fund this work the right way, we can scale reforestation and reforest the world.
I mean, people talk about something called patient capital, don't they? Where people are actually willing. Sometimes you hear these payback periods. You know, we're talking about the future of the world, right? And people go, well, the banks, it's only 5-year payback period. If it's more than that, we don't really want to do it.
Right.
Hell, we're talking about the end of civilization if we don't get this right.
Yes.
Maybe you could wait for 7 years or 8 years, maybe, and still get a decent payback, or maybe 12, right?
Exactly right.
And so this whole patient capital needs to be employed.
Yes.
But there is a kind of madness and psychological madness here too. I mean, I always think the oil price historically, you could go from $30 a barrel within 2 years to $150 a barrel.
Yeah.
And the world never came to an end. It kind of adapted to the fact the oil price was much higher.
Yeah.
But if you said to somebody, well, we'd like a carbon price of $100. They go, no, you can't do that. It's a disaster. The whole world's going to come to an end. He said, but yeah, the oil price went from like $50 to $150 and the world didn't come to an end. You know, so it's like psychological stuff and it's a very strange world in which we kind of work out what the value of a carbon dollar is, basically. Yeah.
And I know we're running short on time, but I'll just say, to me, that highlights the power of collective action. So what we've done here in COP30 is highlight success stories, but we haven't yet created collective action to say, what do those success stories tell us about how the whole system needs to change? And if we did that identification of these are the solutions that we need to ask for at a systemic level, like you're talking about, and then actually unified our voices across the public and private sector to demand systemic change, we can accomplish that. But unfortunately, just by holding up anecdotal examples of success, the system will never learn enough from that to change at the level that's necessary for us to really break through. And so I'm really hopeful, and that's something we're going to work on at Terraformation. We're fortunate to have a CEO who used to be the CEO of Reddit, so knows a little something about communications, and we really want to work on the narrative building and ultimate. So we're all aligned on what we're asking for, and what we need, and the case for what we're doing. But then we take more collective action. Where we're getting 10,000 organizations signed on a letter, calling on leaders to make those systemic changes that will unlock the full potential of nature-based solutions.
Benji, I'm sorry that we've been chatting here, but between you and Jad, I mean, we're all chatters, right? We all love talking about this because it's so interesting. Benji, maybe just a final word. I mean, yeah, it is a tough time in terms of the polarization in the United States. There's polarization in other countries at the moment with different political views about. It seems a bit crazy to me though that climate change seems to have been grabbed by the far right as if somehow it's something to do with the far right. It doesn't need to be that way. Climate change and acting on these issues affects everybody, even if you're rich or poor or right of center or left of center. This is not a partisan issue, as you rightly say, and it doesn't have to be that way. And I think your work is trying to point to that. Do you think we can kind of heal this rift and stop people exploiting our differences?
Well, first of all, no problem that you guys are chatting, because if I was in person, that would be way better. And it's been fascinating listening. I would say the answer is yes, we absolutely can make this issue nonpartisan. I would argue that we have no other choice. Every issue has become a culture war issue around the world. Health, education, COVID became political. Everything has become political. And the way that we can come back to understanding how we can actually move forward on things. And the problem when everything becomes this divisive is that nothing gets done, or something gets done and then the opposite on the farthest end of the spectrum gets done, and it's just this ping-ponging back and forth. If we're ever going to get sustainable solutions, and I'm not just meaning environmentally sustainable, I'm talking about sustainable over the course of the next few decades so that my generation can actually have a future that's positive, it will happen through collaboration. It will happen through people understanding where the common ground and where the unifying lens is. And if we can't do it on the environment, we can't do it on anything. And if we don't have the environment, we don't have anything. So we might as well start putting our differences aside on this. And that's why, people get so frustrated that on the right, that I work with people on the left. People get upset on the left that I try to work with Trump. I mean, we have to try to figure out where the Venn diagram overlaps, no matter what the situation is, even if we really dislike the person, because either we care more about our political identity or we care more about the environment. Either we care more about our political identity or we care more about the other issues that we care about as a global population. And so we have to put the politics aside. We don't have any other option. And the good news is, again, there's an underbelly of people, far over 90%, who are aligned on the importance of water health, of forest health, of air quality health, of the health of their communities. People don't want this to be caught up in that. So let's start on the environment and then extend it to other issues and start to rebuild a working system to solve problems in the world again. Because right now it's broken and we've got to fix it.
Well, remember, 89% of the world seem to want action on climate change across many, many different issues. Maybe the politicians need to think about that when they're looking at the votes. Jad, it's wonderful what you're doing at Terraformation. I think what Benji said, I think Terraformation is about collaboration.
Very much.
Terraformation is about bringing people together of different backgrounds, different circumstances, different parts of the world on a very important mission, and bringing together not just a single solution, but a kind of network of solutions from the seeds all the way through to the monitoring and the. So we wish you best luck on all this, and we hope we can have you back in the studio next year or the year afterwards to learn more about these successes. For example, the one you gave in Ghana. So thank you very much indeed.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you.
Thanks so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
So, thank you all for joining us. That was great. We now move on to our next section, which is last Tuesday. A group of demonstrators broke into the COP venue here in Belém and made headlines around the world. One of those who entered the area was Paulo André Paz de Lima. He was an indigenous leader. We think it's important to hear directly from the source why they chose to break in. So yesterday we interviewed him outside our studio, and here's what he had to say.
Hi everyone, here we are reporting with the Global Youth Coalition, We Don't Have Time, and now with Paulo Tupinambá, who was actually one of the indigenous leaders involved in the breakthrough to the Blue Zone 1 week ago. Now we see Paulo here with his own badge, and we want to understand what happened, where is he coming from, and what is he looking forward during this week. Entonces, Paulo, estoy falando que você es uno de los líderes indígenas que estuvo involucrado en pasar para la Blue Zone y eso pasó la semana pasada. Mas nós queremos saber de dónde você viene, você qué es lo que haya que va a hacer ahora acá y cómo fue todo el contexto de la protesta y por qué las comunidades indígenas están haciendo estas acciones.
Eu sou Paulo Tupinambá, eu venho da aldeia Morim, do Rio Tapajós. Fica a cerca de mais de 1.000 quilômetros de Belém. Né? Ela é uma região onde a gente chama de Baixo Tapajós. O rio é muito grande, o rio. Então ele é dividido em alto, baixo, médio e baixo Tapajós. Eu fico no Baixo Tapajós. Né? Eu queria, antes de mais nada, fazer uma contextualização histórica do porquê que a gente se encontra aqui hoje, do porquê que a gente tentou entrar da forma que a gente entrou. Eu preciso contextualizar isso. E a gente já sabe que houve as grandes invasões há 500 anos, principalmente com Martim Afonso de Souza, a primeira grande invasão que teve. Mas, no passado dos tempos, o norte, a minha região, ela ficou remota. Ela ficou sem ninguém mexer nela. Né? E a partir de 1964, com o governo militar, a partir de 64, o governo militar ele cria um programa, e esse programa é chamado Programa de Integração do Brasil, que para nós, para os povos indígenas, é um plano de extermínio silencioso, que está acontecendo desde a década de 70 até agora. Um plano silencioso para que o mundo não saiba o que está acontecendo conosco naquela região. Então a gente é afetado não só pelo garimpo ilegal, a gente é afetado pelo desmatamento, a gente é afetado pela pesca predatória, a gente é afetado pela especulação imobiliária, a gente está cercado, é uma região que a gente está cercado. O território fica entre dois rios muito importantes para a Amazônia e para o planeta, que é o Rio Tapajós e o Rio Arapiuns. Ela fica no meio como uma terra entre dois rios. Ela fica uma terra entre dois rios. E por todos os lados a gente está cercado desses perigos todos. Né? Então, o governo, conforme foi passando os anos, ele foi nessa política de integração, ele foi criando grandes projetos de impacto dentro da Amazônia. É a partir desse momento que os grandes projetos que impactam a Amazônia entram. O caso de um muito conhecido é a Serra Pelada. Depois vocês vão analisar, o mundo sabe o que é isso. A Albras, a Lunorte, o projeto Grande Carajás, né? A Vale do Rio Doce, essas mineradoras todas, elas vêm com a legalidade que o Brasil traz, mas sabendo que isso é ilegal.
Okay, just a brief summary of this first question, and for the record, I formally don't speak Portuguese, but I'm doing my best with my Spanish. He was sharing, Paulo, that there's already a plan, governmental plan that is called Integration Plan, and this was done already in 1964. From this moment, from the 70s, there's a silent plan to exterminate indigenous communities in the area. Why? Because they have a huge interest in this specific zone, where the territories of his communities are in between Rio Tapajós and Arapiuns, two huge rivers that are key for the Amazon River. And through this integration plan that the government went through in 1970s, they are opening the doors to mining problems, also such as Alu Norte, that is just 2 days from here. So he was telling us that his community is 1,000 kilometers in the radius from Belém. And just in this area, you can already see the impact that companies such as Alu Norte that he was mentioning is bringing to the river. And now they are bringing also the fact that they want to transport more soy through this river. And for that, they want to dig in and make it deeper, ignoring the fact that there's more than 300 people in their communities that where he is living. So, Paulo, agora que você está cá e já contou o contexto que é histórico e por que seu povo está tão preocupado para venir a falar na Blue Zone, ¿no? ¿Y qué pasó el día que fue el breakthrough? ¿Cómo se organizaron? ¿Fue una organización o fue nada más el momento, la alegría? ¿Você puede comentar? So I am asking Paulo if now that he shared the context of why they came and break through the Blue Zone the last week, and we want to understand how was the moment that they were dancing before breaking through, if he can share from the insights, if that was something that was already organized or just something happened because of the energies of the moment. We want to check with Paulo a bit of, if you can tell us on first hand, what happened the moment that you guys break through the security of United Nations Blue Zone?
Então, a pergunta foi se teve algum planejamento na hora da gente entrar, ou se teve uma reunião. Não, foi muito instintivo, foi do momento, do calor, a necessidade. Vamos ver se dá, vamos ver se a gente consegue entrar, para eles saberem que a gente está aqui, que a gente existe, quer falar os nossos problemas, porque nós sabemos os nossos problemas, nós vivemos lá, sofremos lá, né? Todos esses impactos. E como eu estava falando, para também terminar de contextualizar, esses grandes projetos, eles foram feitos em várias regiões. E na minha, agora que está se afunilando, como um bolo, comendo pela beira, comendo aos poucos. Está chegando na região. Muito forte na década de 70, com o garimpo ilegal, né? Mas agora, os empreendimentos, principalmente de portos, hidrovias, ferrovias, né? E isso tá, a ameaça está grande, isso já está no Congresso Nacional, assinando a privatização dos nossos rios. E se a gente poder falar, sem ter consulta prévia, sem o governo ir lá com a gente estudar o caso, se é possível ou não. E também sabemos que esses projetos de impacto, eles não têm solução, é greenwash, são falsas soluções. Quem tem a solução verdadeira são os povos que vivem na floresta, os povos que estão mantendo ela em pé. Né? Então o mundo, ele tem que, o recado para a COP é que se estão preocupados com o clima, se preocupa mesmo com essa região, porque é uma região ainda que pode ser salva se o mundo acordar agora, se o mundo nos ouvir, saber de toda a multifacetada forma que existe de todos os lados de tentar a destruição de tudo.
So he was telling us a bit more of the context of this hydroway that they are building and all these projects of impact that they bring through this integration plan from the government. And it began in the 70s. Now Paulo is sharing that 60 years after, these projects are like eating like a bowl the Amazon, and now they are really close by their communities, so that they are desesperated because they see how this huge machinery is just eating the la floresta, the forest where they live, and they bring these fake solutions. Greenwashing is the terminology he used, because he says that who actually brings solutions is the indigenous communities, the people that lives in the territories, the only people that knows how to deal with the territory. So it's a bit of what he shared, and that's why it was not organized when they went through the UN security. It was just the heat of the moment, because they wanted to be listened, they wanted to have access to talk as a like in a civilized way, but they don't have the chance, even though that they are 1,000 kilometers from where they live, where COP30 is taking place, they don't have the access. So the moment that they were dancing, the moment that they were just having this, I don't know, like this moment they were just went through, and now we are in, and we need to be seen, we need to be heard. So Paulo, então está bom, isso passou na semana passada, mas agora você tem uma credencial. ¿Cuáles son sus expectativas para COP30? ¿Você que acha que puede hacer en esta semana? Now I'm asking to Paulo, okay, that happened last week and is in the past, and now he's here, he has a badge thanks to GYC as Sustain Us. But what are his expectations for this week and COP30? What is his dreaming that happened here?
A expectativa, a gente sabe que são 30 anos de COP. E a verdade é essa. A coisa efetiva nunca aconteceu. O recurso está vindo. Agora no festival Global Cities veio $1 bilhão. $1 bilhão dá para fazer as demarcações dos territórios, os 550 pedidos de demarcação que tem em Brasília, $1 bilhão paga tudo isso, mas eles não querem. Eles não querem fazer isso. Porque fazendo isso a gente vai proteger o mundo. Então a gente precisa, a expectativa é que tanto esses 30 anos de COP, como um acordo de Paris que não foi cumprido, seja cumprido antes que tudo se acabe. Se estão sofrendo falta de água na Europa, é porque estão mexendo aqui na Amazônia. Entendeu? Isso, mexeu aqui, acontece lá, é um efeito borboleta, a gente conhece a física, a gente conhece a quântica, a gente conhece a ciência. A gente sabe se mexer aqui, mexe lá também. A gente está no mesmo lugar, a gente está vivendo no mesmo habitat. Nós todos somos seres multifacetados, seres de um mesmo lugar, que é a natureza. E nós estamos protegendo a natureza. Precisamos que vocês cumpram o que vocês vieram fazer. A conferência das partes seja efetiva e seja também tenha celeridade, que essas coisas tenham que acontecer rápido antes que se destrua tudo. Senão não vai ter tempo e acabou tudo. Então, a grande oportunidade na COP30, as nações, elas têm essa oportunidade, porque agora a verdade está sendo revelada. O governo não ajuda, ele engana. Vocês estão sabendo a verdade, vocês podem ajudar. Vocês é que sabem, o planeta não é só meu, é de vocês também. Todos nós estamos sofrendo ameaça. Eu, vocês, todos.
So Paulo has a strong request, and actually he brings some facts. He's sharing the Global Citizen costs $1 billion to produce. And then when they ask for the money to do the technical research that they need for the demarcation of the territories, the government says we don't have the funds. But then what they see is that they throw a huge concert on behalf of nature for $1 billion, but for the mothers that actually need the resources, they don't find the money. So he's asking himself and his community, why is the government lying to us? Why is the government lying to his people, telling they don't have the resources? Because he's not just worried about his territory. He just mentioned the water that flows through the planet, including to Europe, comes from here, from the Amazon. So I'm worried for myself and for the people over there. COP30 is already 30 years taken through, and we haven't seen the results. So what he's asking is, first, commit what you were supposed to be doing, accelerate the process, and bring the resources to protect and demarcación of territories, demarcate the indigenous territories, because that's a tangible thing that they can do from this COP30, and this is what they are pushing. But what is the excuse of the government? That they don't have the resources. What is the government, and this is my words right now, what are the government solutions right now for COP30? They are bringing the Floresta Forever Fund, and the Floresta Forever Fund is just a rebranding of something that was already there before. And they are requesting $20 billion, and so far they have fundraised only $5 billion. So what will be the excuse of the government and COP30 after the second week is gone through? Sorry guys, we couldn't secure the money. And then what happened? We wait for COP31, and then the communities like Paulo Tupinambá are not close by COP anymore. So is this the moment for the indigenous communities of the Amazon to finally find their territories, the market, and then who is going to protect it? They are already doing it. They are living there. We witnessed that with the expedition that we did with Infinity and the Global Youth Coalition. Union of Nature is with us. And what he's saying, and how was he closing his words? All of us, we all belong to one place, and it's nature.
So, welcome everybody to the latest episode on energy efficiency in the European Union. We're focusing today on how saving energy can be a way of both dealing with climate change, but in this case, energy poverty, inclusivity, and ensuring no one is left behind. For those of you who have been following this series at COP30, brought to you by We Don't Have Time in collaboration with the European Commission and the City Network, the Global Covenant of Mayors, we're also focusing on the EU's Horizon and Life programs as kind of testbeds, enablers, incubators for new ideas, new technologies, new ways of doing things. These focus on innovation and cool ideas, and they often focus on networks of cities in the European, trying them out. And then there's a chance, if they really are good, to maybe scale them to EU-wide and inspire action even abroad. So let's go to our wonderful guests, and let me welcome Veronica Marx. She is the team leader for the Just Transition and Energy Poverty in the Directorate of the European Commission, in the Directorate General of Energy at the European Commission in Brussels. In her role, she coordinates a variety of programs on an inclusive and competitive energy transition, as well as the Commission's response to the prevailing energy poverty in the European Union. Veronica, you're with us. Hello. Maybe give us a glimpse into how big is energy poverty in the European Union? You unmute. I hope she's not been a victim of the massive internet outage that happened around the world about 2 hours ago. Okay, let's just hold for Veronica for a second. Let's now move on to our panel, and we can come back to Veronica very quickly when she's maybe reconnected. Let's have our other guests here. Have we got with us Maria Saridaki, the project coordinator of Camp C and part of the Tandems project? Hello, have we got Maria with us?
Yes, hello.
Hello, good to see you. Okay.
Good afternoon.
So, amazing project, and we want you to tell the audience a little bit about what is the Tandems project and what is it trying to achieve in this area of overcoming energy poverty, inclusivity, energy communities. Tell us a little bit about it.
Very short. It's just like I've just completed a project. We have a partnership between the Belgium, the Netherlands, Bulgaria, and Austria, and it is a partnership that focused on the tandem between energy communities or energy cooperatives and municipalities. That is a strong way to move forward in the unsettling energy transition. We wanted in our project to focus on learning, to learn by doing, and that meant that we focused a lot on shared experiences and how this actually made us strengthen the pilots within the project, is that we learn how to work in sync, and that the ability to embed resilience and agility was a very fundamental one. Asking the questions of inclusivity from the beginning was important in changing, in the changing landscape of policy. The energy transition is not stable. It is like one of our partners from Vito calls it like changing an engine on a plane in mid-flight. So this embedded part of resilience and justice framework, which recognizes from the beginning vulnerable groups, was a driving force in our project.
I mean, if I was in one of the places where the Tandems project is, what would be changing now in my life? How would life be different in terms of how I get energy or how the price of energy is in my?
Yes.
What are the people seeing in terms of benefits? I think that's key. Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you actually, this is very important, but because you mentioned benefit, that's actually value. I will give you the example of Otterbeek is it's a project in Mechelen, a city in Flanders, and it was it became a success because it involved the strong collaboration between the city, between a social housing company, the citizens themselves, the social housing tenants, and the local energy cooperative Kliman. And through it showed that it's not about the technology. It's became a success, and the success was lowered energy bills through the risk sharing. The social housing company and the city of Mechelen agreed to share risks. The energy cooperative and SAMO, the social NGO of our province, was instrumental in connecting into the social cohesion, and that was so important because the people of Otterbeek not only got lower energy bills, but also more social cohesion, and that has value, and that's something that is not often.
Okay. All right. Let's move on, and we'll stay with us. Stay with us, Maria, and let's just move on. Let's move on to Dan. Dan, I'm going to mangle your last name, so you're going to have to say it for me. It's Kruipelant. No. Like that?
Good try. It's a good try, Nick. It's Kruipelant, but it's fine.
Okay, thanks.
I'm used to it. No worries.
Well, the British are really good at mangling other people's names. You're the managing director at rescoop.eu, and that's part of the European Federation of Energy Communities. And you're also a key player in this project that we're looking at called Scale to 2030 50. Let me ask you the same question as Maria. How do you reveal to somebody on the local bus what exactly is Scale 2030 50 project delivering? Its title, I think, is Sustainable Collective Citizen Action for a Local Europe. What's it trying to achieve, and where is it achieving it?
Exactly. So first of all, many thanks for the introduction, Nick. And I really want to start by expressing how pleased I am to have this opportunity. I believe the need for climate action has never been greater, and it's truly encouraging to see how an international community of scientists, NGO representatives, and decision makers are gathering here in Belém at the COP30 to tackle what I believe is one of the greatest challenges of our time. Now, globally, we are already investing twice as much in renewables as in fossil fuels, and it's only a matter of time before renewables will be dominating the market. However, the energy transition is also raising, an important social question, and that is who will benefit from this transition. Will it be the large utilities, or can we find ways for ordinary people to share in the profits? In Europe, here we are currently witnessing a massive rollout of solar PV, and that, of course, is a great development. But yet, we must recognize that many ordinary people are not always in the capacity to produce their own energy, either because they cannot afford the investment, or because they simply don't have a private home themselves, or maybe because they live on an apartment building where the rooftop space is shared with their neighbors. Now, if we want to succeed in transforming our energy system, we must ensure that the transition remains fair and just, and that there are models in place where those who might otherwise be left out can still be participating. And I think this is exactly where energy communities and the Scale project come into play. Now, energy communities provide a legal framework for local actors, such as citizens, to jointly produce renewable energy installations, like wind turbines, solar PV panels, or even small-scale hydropower stations. And by participating in energy communities, citizens or municipalities can take ownership of renewable energy production facilities. They can cover their own needs, and they can even receive a modest financial return under the form of a small dividend at the end of the year. Now, research has revealed that energy communities can retain up to 7 times more value in their local communities, and that they can foster social acceptance for sustainable growth and development, and that they can still keep individual investments affordable. Now, the potential of energy communities is huge. I mean, the European Environment Agency has just revealed that prosumers could make up to 60% of the total EU's electricity demand by 2050. And that energy communities can make up for a significant part of it. But obviously, to unlock the potential, we need better policies. We need increased capacity building, and we also need finance to unlock the potential that is out there. And in Europe, we currently have the European Commission that has published a legislative package back in 2019, and that firmly recognizes the role for energy communities as a key actor in tomorrow's energy system. Not only does it provide definitions that EU member states must transpose into national policies, the package also requires all member states to identify and remove barriers that prevent these energy communities from operating. And finally, the Clean Energy Package also forces member states to develop enabling frameworks that allow these energy communities to compete on equal grounds with big market actors. And the SCALE project, I mean, it's an EU project that got funded by the European Commission through the Horizon program, has supported the setup and professionalization of energy communities across the EU. And we've created a capacity building program that you will find on the internet under the name energycommunityplatform.eu. And it gathers many resources and materials for those that are looking to start their own initiative. And through RESCOP-EU, and that is the European Federation of Energy Communities, starters are connected to a network of like-minded initiatives that are committed to helping one another. And then finally, there's obviously the finance. The EU provisions for energy communities specify that EU member states shall provide enabling frameworks for energy communities to compete on equal grounds with regular market actors. But for that, we need all forces. I mean, we need to leverage public funds, such as, for instance, the Recovery and Resilience Funds, the Cohesion and Structural Funds, the Modernization Funds, but we also need to talk to financial institutions. We need to reach out to the European Investment Bank, and we need to make sure that we can unlock the great potential that is out there for a massive rollout of jointly owned renewable energy production facilities. So in summary, Nick, I mean, national policies that can back energy communities, effective capacity building programs, not only at the EU level, but also at national level, and increased access to finance is what we need to truly unleash the potential of energy communities and make sure that all actors, not just those who can afford putting solar PV panels on top of their roof, but that all actors can equally participate in tomorrow's energy system and do so.
Hey, Dan, that's great. Thank you very much indeed. We were just having a slight interconnectivity problem there. Can you hear me? Yeah, Dan? Thanks very much indeed for that. Just stay with us, right? We need to move on now to Dora Biondani with the Climate Alliance. That's a city network in Europe, of course. And your work is also at the intersection of energy, environment, and the social dimensions of the transition. And you currently coordinate the European Commission's initiative, Energy Poverty Advisory Hub. Dora, I mean, do you share some of the comments that we got from Dan just before? I mean, is this a way of Europe through energy communities overcoming poverty, firing up greater penetration of energy efficiency, so cutting our emissions too, combining, you know, society and climate targets into a kind of new partnership? And does it mean that EU citizens could fall back in love with the European climate policy?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, I share some of the point of view that were elicited by my colleagues, that generally as the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, what we want to stress is really the social dimension of this. I mean, energy communities can contribute to alleviate the energy poverty, but at the moment, the main value is to give a voice and to include the vulnerable consumers inside a decisional process. When we look at the energy communities, for us, the main value, it's not to consider them as a checkbox that it's needed in order to achieve a social impact, but really put ourselves in the position to listen. Just before this panel, we heard about this interview to the Indigenous people and the fact and how they need to be involved in co-design. And for us, for energy communities, it's the same. When we are talking about inclusion of vulnerable consumers, we don't want to just to ask them to join the community. We want to invite them to help and co-design what it is, the design of it, what it is that they want, and try to also be inclusive in the different modalities they can participate to the energy communities, because vulnerables have everyday problems in their life. They may have a lack of timing, lack of knowledge, lack of multiple things. Indeed, the project I just mentioned helped them to overcome these barriers, but starting since the early point to understand how we can better engage with them, it's fundamental to deliver something for vulnerable consumers. And in the end, for us, the bottom line is at the moment, the financial advantages of participating in an energy communities, it's minor in respect to what is the value of giving them ownership, of feeling them valued and participating. This for us is the most important things. Then, of course, many barriers were already mentioned, the legislation, the needs of additional finance or other things. But to work at scale, let's involve the people. Let's put ourselves in their position and understand how we will feel to be part of the process already. And I think this social aspect is what added to these two things, because Maren then mentioned the technical aspect, the legal and financial aspect, and mentioned also the social, but we really believe that putting the people of the center, it's fundamental to move forward and help addressing the climate goals, but also be inclusive to everyone.
And Dora, these many Horizon and Life projects, other projects, regional projects, things like this, are they helping, do you think, cities and communities to actually test new ideas of how to progress forward on these energy communities that are more inclusive and give the people a chance to overcome poverty?
There are indeed a step forward, especially when we are trying to pilot a new approach. And of course, it's a support to all the municipalities. You mentioned specifically the Life and Horizon project, but there are also any other activities. As the Energy Poverty Advisory Hub, also we provide technical assistance to different local governments and local communities to help them moving forward and understand better how to address energy poverty and support the vulnerable consumers in a variety of actions, not only developing energy communities, but through other tools that they can implement. I think this type of fundings and these projects are important for different reasons. First of all, they establish a dialogue across Europe to start learning from each other. And this is also one of the main objectives of our initiatives, to try to gain more experience from when it's happening not close to us, but on the other part of Europe. Because despite that there can be differences due to geographical position, social economical parameters, it still means that some solutions that we have in one country, it can be easily replicated and provide a successful example also in another one. So through this project, establishing an environment of collaboration, helping the different organizations to talk to each other, it's key to do not reinvent things, but to move forward. And another good thing of this project is also pushing and facilitating different stakeholders to talk together. It was mentioned before by Maro, an example of the local governments working in direct contact with the Social Housing Association and many other stakeholders. This is also for us key to receive the support of all the communities around and other realities. So putting in touch not only the political part that of course has the power to do the policies and change the things, but also harvesting the knowledge that it's in different areas from the expert, from the social realities. We had projects that were involving also the health sector, general practitioners, other type of engineers, and try to collect all the informations that are available. And promoting this project, it's another opportunity to establish this kind of dialogue.
Good, good. Veronica, are you with us? We have to come back to you, Veronica. Have you got some connectivity?
I'm there now. Apologies, I had some technical hiccups here, but I'm with you now and I can hear you clearly.
Veronica, so lovely to see you, and thank you so much. So Veronica, I mean, I was going to come to you first in this story, but I'm coming to you sort of semi-last here. But just give us a sense of the challenge that we're facing in the European Union on energy poverty, because I mean, I'm here in Belém. There's a lot of poverty in Belém, I can assure you. But so I think the people in Belém probably can't imagine there is such a thing as energy poverty in the EU. But please give us a sign of this, yeah.
Yes, no, unfortunately, we do have energy poverty in the EU, but energy poverty occurs when a household must reduce its energy consumption to a degree that actually then negatively impacts the household's health or well-being. And in the European Pillar of Social Rights, energy is seen as an essential service which everyone is entitled to. Therefore, our aim is to ensure that everyone, all the citizens in the EU, have access to sufficient, affordable and sustainable energy. And unfortunately, this is not yet the case. So we saw a peak in energy poverty during the energy prices crisis that we were experiencing in 21, 22, 23. But we still nowadays, even now in 25, we have around 9.2% of the EU population that claim that they cannot adequately heat their homes in winter. So this corresponds to roughly 42 million people in Europe, with geographical differences, of course, between member states or between regions.
So I mean, we've talked a bit about this energy communities and how they're working. And obviously, Dan mentioned that, you know, by 2050, it could be a significant part of the way that energy is structured here. I keep thinking to myself as an ordinary person, how this is about democratizing energy to an extent, isn't it? Is it about getting off your normal energy provider, or is it, what is the vision of the energy community? I'm trying to just unravel, you know, I mean, I live in Germany, I get my energy from Vattenfall. Is that an energy community? I don't think it is, probably. Is it about me living in a big house, a mansion block, as they say in Britain, and we all coming together to say, we're going to generate our own energy? Is this what it's about?
I mean, energy communities have one part to play in addressing energy poverty, but clearly also not the only one. I mean, energy poverty occurs when the energy either is not affordable, so too expensive, or whether if you live, for example, in a dwelling where the dwelling has a very low energy efficiency, and that means that you would have to really heat a lot and still not be comfortably warm in your home. So energy communities can allow you to access renewable energy cheaper. So that's where the value of energy communities comes in when it comes to the energy poverty, in addition to what we have heard from Dora and from Dan here, for example, about the social cohesion that energy communities can create. But when it comes to energy poverty, of course, also the affordability aspects of energy community is a very big plus on how to address energy poverty.
Communities suddenly decide we're all going to have heat pumps in our community, and is that also an aspect of it? So the energy efficiency side, and then they need financing, they need to seek it out, they need to structure it. They have to probably work with the local authority, I suppose, or other, maybe in banks, local banks as well. Is this, and you're sharing the risk between those that maybe have a bit of money and those that don't have money to actually do it as a community?
Yes, indeed. I mean, for us, we see addressing energy poverty by addressing the structural measures, through structural measures. So that means, as I mentioned before, being able to access affordable energy, but also having access to energy efficiency, and mainly the energy efficiency of the dwelling where you live. So energy efficiency buildings, which means that giving also people in energy poverty or low-income households the possibility to renovate the home where they live sufficiently to increase the energy efficiency of their home, and therefore need to spend less energy to keep their home adequately warm and in a healthy state.
I think this is such an interesting story. I mean, I'm addressing this to everybody who's on the show because, I mean, I had the Energy Commissioner and Housing Commissioner on the show on Saturday, and the DG of Energy, and all you hear around the corridors here is in Belém is an understanding that everyone's terribly excited that renewable energy is now beating coal and oil and gas, right? In terms of the cost of it, but that many consumers don't feel the benefit of this amazing transformation of renewable energy. And somehow it feels that if we are going to somehow win the arguments on climate change over the coming years, we need to make this energy far more affordable for some of the poorest people in our communities. Is that right, Veronica?
Yes. I mean that this is exactly our aim on how to make to democratize. And I think the speakers before me have explained how energy communities can actually contribute to that by allowing people to access this renewable energy, but through a social projects to create social cohesion and to make people feel part of this energy transition, which concerns us all. And in that way, they ensure that no one is left behind in that transition to decarbonize the energy system.
Dan, just quickly back to you. You're still with us, Dan, I think. Dan, are you with us? Hello? Can we get Dan? Dan on the line. Yeah, hi, Dan. So just thinking about what you said earlier, could people generating their local energy and people basically installing energy efficiency in their local community become the norm in Europe by 2050? Could that be how we live and how we keep ourselves warm and turn the lights on, that we're all in energy communities? Is that possible, do you think?
I think we need everyone, and we need all actors if we are to change our energy system. So I think, there's definitely going to be prosumers, people that will be consuming and producing their own energy, and those who can afford and have a suitable rooftop will definitely be able to take on a private investment and do that on themselves. But I think if we are to shift our energy system, we're going to have to put in place models that can also include ordinary people. And not everyone can afford putting solar PV panels on top of their private home. Not everybody has a suitable rooftop. So I think collective models like energy communities can help to keep the individual investment affordable. And I think if we combine both collective models like energy communities with private investments, that I'm fairly confident that we can tackle the challenges that we're currently facing, and that we can shift our energy model, and that we can do it in a very effective and in a very efficient way, and that this will lead to lower energy bills, definitely.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, everybody, we've now run out of time. This was a very small glimpse into a very vast topic. But, I learned something, because I really didn't know about any energy communities. And I imagine a lot of other people in the European Union don't know about them. And maybe after this show, they'll start looking at what energy communities actually are and whether they can actually participate in that. So thank you very much indeed to all of you. And thanks to the European Commission for supporting this, and also to the Global Covenant of Mayors. And tune in tomorrow when we're going to talk about finance. So yeah, bye-bye.
Thank you to all our colleagues and friends and everybody at COP30 striving to make a difference for the better. And now to all of you who are following us from Belém COP30, all of us who are live here in Stockholm and all of us who are following around the world, a very warm welcome from me, Matthias Goldman from the 2030 Secretariat, and from all of the jury of the Green Hush Award, because that is what we're gonna discuss now and what we're gonna, for the first time ever, celebrate and inaugurate and hand over to a very big winner of this first award ever. So first of all, what is this Green Hush Award and what do we mean by Green Hush? Well, obviously we've all heard about greenwash, the terrible behavior of some companies or cities or states or organizations that claim that they do something that is not as green as what they claim. And of course, that is being taken care of. It must be stopped, but we see that legislation is dealing with it. We see environmental NGOs having greenwash awards, and we see ourselves as consumers simply saying no, that we won't accept when greenwash is happening. We will not buy into those false claims. But the opposite, and that is where Green Hush Award comes in. The opposite is also terrible. When companies or organizations or cities or even countries or whole sectors of the economy do something that is indeed positive for climate, for green sustainability, but we don't get to hear about it. When, for different reasons, they decide to hush about it, to not tell about their progress, maybe because they feel that they haven't done everything yet. There's still things that they need to take care of. Or maybe simply because they're afraid of this whole green washing that will make them hush instead. And when they hush, we as consumers, we cannot make conscious choices, because if we don't know what is better, how are we gonna use the consumer power for the better? And that is why we want these organizations, these companies, these cities, these sectors of the economy to step forward, to brag, to share the figures. Of course, it has to have credential, it has to be true, but if it is true, if we can third-party verify that those climate gains are really there for real, we want them to step forward, and that is what this prize is about. This is the third time that we award the Green Hush Award. It's the first time ever it goes global, first time ever it's presented at the COP Global Climate Meetings. It started as a purely Swedish national award. First year it was given to the public transport sector, with the reasoning that in Sweden, 95% of public transport is fossil-free already. But when the general public or the persons using transit or public transport are asked, they don't know that. They believe that this public transport is still run by fossil fuels. A clear case of green hushing. Because if we were told that there's a big climate gain from choosing public transport, chances are we'd be more inclined to make that sustainable choice. So this green hushing has to stop. That was the lessons from Sweden. And last year, we moved up with the Green Hush Award, where I'm a proud founder and one of the members. We moved up to, for the first time, becoming slightly international. As you know, this is the first time we really go global. Last year, we went slightly international. The award was given to online meetings, you know, the Teams, Zoom, the Meet, and so forth. And a lot of us are actually doing this right now. We're tuning in from around the world. And compared to traveling, the climate benefit is huge. But I dare you to try and find from any of these great global actors that push us to do these kind of online meetings, to find the climate benefits from them. We have never heard or seen those climate benefits shown by those actors. And that is why they were a very worthy recipient of last year's Green Hush Award. And in just a few minutes, we will know the winner of the first ever Global Green Hush Award. But before that, I want to invite to the stage Lina Gustafsson, who together with me took the initiative, and more importantly, Lina has the knowledge about the science why the Green Hush Award is so important. Lina, the floor is yours.
So let's begin with just taking a look again at greenwash, as Matthias mentioned before. Obviously, this is something we really don't want to have or want to see at all. But misleading and irrelevant communication. How did we end up here? Why did this happen? Why do we see it so often? Some companies might have gone too far in tapping their own shoulders and being a little bit too proud of what they are doing. But actually, there is a tendency that shows that the main problem is among the advertising industry. So creatives and strategists, they didn't really do their homework. The complexity is a lot higher when it comes to sustainability compared to most other topics, and it needs to be treated with care. So either the issue of sustainability or climate is framed a little bit too scientific for most people to figure out. We just don't really see what it's all about. But mainly it's oversimplified. So it's too simple and it's too generalizing what we see. It's treated as a USP, a nice to have, or at its best, something that tends to be like a cute trend, something like that. And what's happening now is that fear of getting criticized makes brands go quiet. So from greenwash, we see a strong tendency leading towards green hush instead. And the data shows that this tendency is in fact strongest here in Sweden. We are leading this hushing tendency, exactly. Yeah, we are hushers. And a good thing is that EU is stepping up, the European Commission. We have some aspects slowing down with the Green Claims Directive. It's now on hold, but the Empowering Consumer Directive will be in place from March 2026. And it's great, it's welcomed by many, but it also makes the whole industry more hesitant. It's harder now, many people feel, to do good communication. But really, it boils down to two fundamental aspects, both of these directives. Don't lie, be relevant in what you are saying or claiming. And the other aspect, back it up with proof. It has to be some evidence in what you say. And this is not such a hard thing to agree upon, I think. I mean, in all areas or subjects that we choose to make communication or marketing about, this is pretty good principles, right? So why don't we apply them on sustainability and climate communication? I don't know why that is so hard. There are some other principles that are good to get in place too. When you communicate about climate and sustainability. We need to evoke emotions. We need to activate the limbic system, not only to be relevant and give facts, but this is the part of the brain that actually makes decisions, right? We also need communication to stand out. We need it to be disruptive. This is a super basic fundamental aspect of all communication and marketing, but it's so often forgotten when it comes to sustainability and climate. Obviously, it should be transparent. So if there are any challenges or troubles that you would need to hide, then it's a much better way to open up and to talk about them and own this area, right? That creates trust. And another aspect that creates trust is to show your actions and clearly link them with your goals. That's also rather obvious, but it's very often forgotten in this kind of communication, right? And what happens when we see too much green hush? What will it lead to? The consequences. The branding gets a lot weaker. It's more difficult, more complicated to attract the competent workforce, and also competitors will get advantages, of course. And as Matthias said before, consumers lack information. They can't make informed decisions. And ultimately, this all together slows down the whole sustainability transition. So it's a fundamental problem, and that's why we want to encourage companies to keep talking about what they do within sustainability. And
encourage them, we will. So the first year the Global Green Hush Award was given was a national phenomenon. It went to public transport. The second year it went to online meetings like Team and Meet and so forth. And now, Lina, it's the third year running. We had a jury. We're going to meet the rest of the jury very soon.
Yes.
And I know that you have the diploma right there. So
That's
it's
true.
time now for the magic moment. Green Hush Award 2025. Keep it secret for the rest of us until now. Then read it in a clear voice. What is the winner here?
Please hold it?
I can hold it for you. Yes.
Super.
Go for it.
That's great. So, thanks to bold marketing, EV adoption has surged. But now, just when the climate case for electric driving should be loud and clear, the industry goes quiet. In Sweden and across the EU, we are seeing a troubling trend. Car makers and importers downplaying the climate benefits of EVs. This silence plays straight into the hands of the fossil fuel lobby. Yes, claims must follow the law, but there's still plenty of room to communicate the environmental upside of going electric. The EV industry has come a long way. Once accused of greenwashing, it's now driving real change. But now it should be leading with climate messaging. It's choosing silence. And that is why the EV sector earns the Green Hush Award 2025.
The Green Hush Award goes, yes, applause please.
Yay!
And of course, as you already mentioned, Lina, the whole green hush theory is firmly backed up by science. This award is also firmly backed up by science just now, for those of us following this live. At Forbes.com, if you go Green Hush and Forbes.com, you will see all the statistics behind this award. We checked all the best-selling electric cars in Europe and the world, and how are they marketed by their respective brands. And they are marketed in every way you can possibly think of, except for with climate and sustainability claims. And we believe that right now, and that's actually part of what you just read, Lina, right now is the time where people who might not be very interested in cars or environment or in climate need to know that the choice of mobility will make a huge difference. And that is why this award is so timely and so important. We're telling the automotive sector that yes, they're making a great job moving away from the fossil fuels that got us into the terrible situation that we're now fighting to get out of. But they are doing a terrible job when it comes to sharing the knowledge of the climate gains from going electric. And as you can see, there is no one here accepting the award. That is because there are so many. So we are inviting them all to, they can have the diploma one day each. There's going to be roughly at least 365 different actors in the automotive sector that should be here and taking note and learning on how to do what you just told us, Lina, how to market EVs much better.
True.
And now with that, we are gonna just in a few seconds be right back after a short message from We Don't Have Time for the panel discussion about what we do next to stop green hush from happening. Well, we're back here from the studio in Stockholm, and I'm glad to have you back from COP30 in Belém and from around the world for what is now the Green Hush Award jury talk. We just heard that the automotive sector gets the Green Hush Award 2025 for failing to communicate well about the climate benefits of going electric. There's difficulties also, obviously, with electromobility, but the climate gains should be told better. But I want to first of all ask you three as jury members, starting with you, Kai Turok, who are the Chief Sustainability Officer at Max Burgers. How was the jury work? Was it hard?
I mean, in one way, it's hard. I guess it's easier for the greenwashers because the greenwashing companies, they shout, so you will find them. The green hushers, they stay silent. So it's really, we need to have competence about the field to understand the progress and then see who's not talking. But I think it was easy in the way that there were a lot of potential candidates and we had really fruitful discussions.
Matthias, you are a well-known Swedish sustainability expert. Tell us a little bit about how the jury work goes and what were your discussions?
Yes, I think if it was easy to find the right winner, I think what you say it was both yes and no, because we have several exciting nominees, as you said, Kai, but also we see many industries that could communicate the sustainability communication much more, the climate benefit much better. But in the same time, the automotive industry is so crucial for the climate transition. So in that case, it was easy to see them as a winner.
And Matthias, from your perspective as a sustainability expert, what is the key reason to worry about Green Hush?
The key reason, I think, if it comes like a standard, the Green Hush will be a standard, then we see problems for the consumers, the buyers, the decision makers to make a right sustainable choice. So it's crucial in that kind of, I would just like to say.
Lina, this is now the third year you're awarding the prize. Have we just scraped the surface, or have we sort of found the three worthy winners and then this is enough?
Well, that would be a good thing if it was like that. But I think the good thing with the Green Hush Award is also that we shine a light on this phenomenon and that it gets more obvious, this tendency in society, and that it helps us to work also against it, because we need to see like leading examples and we need to get the inspiration in the sustainability transition, and that's what we are afraid will not happen, right?
Kai, when you accepted to be part of the jury and with your hard work in the jury, what do you hope for this award to achieve?
I mean, we need more courageous companies and cities and organizations. And they will be brave if they get a pat on their back that they're doing the right thing. And if they don't communicate at all about it, they might not get the consumers. We talked about it so much, but the situation requires a lot of courage. So what we've seen is that some of the really sustainability leaders, when it comes to the walk, really doing the change, when they are going silent, it becomes a problem for everyone. No one dares to speak. So then consumers can't have the right information to go through with the transformation we need.
And I'll stick my nose out here and say that when it comes to your field of work, Max Burgers, it does food. You are, and your company is among the clear sustainability leaders. But do you feel that you get enough of pat in the back, or do you get criticized and questioned? How does that work?
I mean, it's really different in different situations. But I would say that if I'm just looking over time, that 10, 20 years ago, if someone did something around sustainability, it was in generally celebrated. But in Sweden especially, I think it's a little bit the same in many other countries too, is that you just risk more negative feedback. So it's about this polarized society we're going into. And I think that companies need to find the way between this or that side. We need to find a courageous middle and talk to them. And if we stop talking the the change won't happen. So there's so large groups in societies that want companies to act. So we just need to overcome this little bit of friction.
Could a company that you represent also be a Green Hush finalist? Do you also hush?
Yeah, we hush a lot. I mean, but we don't hush about the most important things. That's the most crucial thing. So let's say if we would talk about the straws in the restaurant, that they're with paper instead of plastic, I would say we would greenwash, and we would still talk.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. But if we wouldn't do anything around the burger, the beef, the really big climate impact, and we would stay silent about that, then we would green hush. So we yeah. Okay. Thank you.
We get spontaneous applauses here from the audience. There's a live studio audience here in Stockholm. Lina, some of our members of the jury could not be with us here tonight. They have marketing expertise, but you also do. And I'm wondering whether the marketing departments, the advertising companies, are they part of the solution? Are they frustrated about the hushing, or are they part of the problem?
Actually, I think it's a mix. So we do see this tendency that the marketing industry would need like getting more into the sustainability field and get a deeper knowledge on one side, and that's a criticism towards the advertising industry, because they maybe took a little bit too light on sustainability. But also, I think a lot of advertising agencies would like to do a lot more, and we also heard from some of the leading agencies that they actually have clients that wants them to hush or to slow down on this kind of communication.
And I'll actually share this with you that, of course, if you want to nominate to the Green Hush Award, and you'll tell us, Lina, just now how to do that, you can do that secretly. That part can be a hush. But one of the ones that did nominate the automotive industry was precisely that, marketing and advertising companies, who said we have all these great stories to tell about how emissions are being reduced by going electric, but the car company won't let us do it. And often it's the legal department that says, no, we don't feel comfortable here. Lina, how is this related to legal?
Well, it's the legal side that can be really challenging, right? And I think what pops up in my mind is the oat milk company from Sweden that actually made this to something they talk about in their advertising, because there is always the struggle between marketing and the struggle with the legal aspect. What can you actually say? What is allowed to say? And also, on the other hand, the creativity, right? But that is, yeah.
And I think why this award is so important is because people are so familiar with the term greenwash, but very few actually understand what green hush is. And if we don't know that we need to find the middle between those two terms, we're just going to try to avoid green wash. And how do you do that in the best way? Well, you go silent. Then you will never be blamed. But that's not the right way. We need to find the path between this. It's harder than ever to talk about sustainability and climate, but it's more important than ever at the same time. So that's why we can't allow green hush.
And Matthias, when companies and organizations and even cities are confused about sustainability, they come to you. What's your advice?
Yes, my advice, yes, it's a lot of advice maybe, but I definitely say that clear, credible and transparent information about climate benefits and climate change is never bad. Because as long as you follow those three magic words, you can be proud. And you, of course, that you said before, Lina, you have to do your homework and have proof of course and so on. But I think, as you said before, I think it's some kind of uncertainty right now within the companies about the green claims we mentioned before, and I'm sure about that. There have been compliance departments that stopped initiatives from marketing and sustainability teams that want to communicate, but they said no, stop, to be afraid. So I think the moment now is for companies that have these great climate benefits to take the leadership back, to communicate this clear, credible, and transparent information so we can start the transformation, the climate transition for real right now.
Am I understanding you right here, Matthias, that this might be a pivotal moment in time where right now, because of legislating claims and so forth, there's a tendency to hush, but which might be overcome in a couple of years. So now is really time to step forward.
Yes, and I think it's a different kind of point of views of this. We have the legal part, but we've also seen UN Global Compact Network Sweden launched a survey earlier this year that shows that 50% of consumers distrust the company's sustainability communication. And why? Maybe one, you talked about this, the greenwash, that the over communication about eco-friendly products for 10 years ago, it's not so fancy right now to communicate so I think the most important, my point of view is the companies has to take it back, the leadership, to be credible, to be transparent. I think it's a win for both the consumers, both the company, and of course the climate.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stress something that we were into before, but the legal aspects have changed. So the Green Claims Directive from EU mentioned greenwash 19 times, but they never mentioned the word green hush. And what it is today, it's so much harder legally to sell the alternative to diesel than to sell diesel. So we really need to keep pushing here and find the way.
Those are great words, and those great words are brought to you live at COP30 in Belém. I want to ask you, Lina, last time we were handing out the Green Hush Award, it was at the World Economic Forum in Davos, also live from Stockholm, and now we're live at the COP UN Global Climate Meeting. Why?
Because this time this award is a global award, and we want to reach much further, because these issues is not only a Swedish phenomenon, and we really want to push this change and shine a light on green hush.
And Lina, so the last words, we're running out of time in terms of combating climate change, but also in terms of this half hour about the Green Hush Award. If we now sit in front of a television sets or computers or phones or at the COP meeting or right here in the audience, and we feel here's a worthy winner of the 2026 Global Green Hush Award, what do we do?
Yes, then we welcome you all to the greenhushaward.com webpage, and the nominations are already open for 2026, and please spread the word and help us with this, with finding a worthy winner for next year.
And of course, every time we uncover something that was green hushed, but is no longer green hushed, thanks to the great work of the jury, and thanks to all of us watching, we can make conscious choices when we use our consumer power to further and quicken the change to sustainable behavior. That is why this award is so important. That is why I thank We Don't Have Time for giving us the time to share the award. That is why I thank the live studio audience. And that is why we thank the jury.
I think every single person on this planet needs to be educated and re-educated about climate change. We are dedicated as the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change to embrace this education issue.
We can look into the eyes of our children, our grandchildren, and we can finally say, tell them that we have joined hands to bequeath a more habitable world.
L'accord de Paris.
Hi, I'm Gavin Edwards, the Executive Director of the Nature Positive Initiative. We are a coalition of conservation organizations, business platforms, standards and frameworks and organizations, and many others around the world, all helping to achieve the global goal of halting and reversing nature loss, nature positive, more nature in the world, not less, in the decades to come. Now, as part of the nature positive dialogues with our partner here, We Don't Have Time, today we're going to explore the true value of nature. We're going to delve into economics, we're going to delve into finance, and we've got a really fantastic lineup of panelists that bring real expertise and some color to this discussion as well. I have three fellow panelists I'm just going to introduce very quickly. Luana Maya, who's the Global Brazil Lead for Nature Finance. We have Naoko Ishii, the Director of the Center for Global Commons, and Satya Tripathi, who's the Secretary General for the Global Alliance for a Sustainable Planet. So let's get going on the discussion today, and I'm going to begin with you, Luana, so be ready. Here we are in the Amazon. We must be in the world's biggest tent, in the world's biggest rainforest, 50,000 people, quite a heady space. We hear the words bioeconomy echoing out of rooms, echoing through discussions as well. And of course, finance is at the heart of both the climate challenge and the nature positive challenge as well. So please tell us, Luana, what are the new frontiers of nature finance? Where are we going in terms of greening the financial system and leveraging new forms of capital? And how does this concept of a nature positive bioeconomy accelerate the finance discussion? Over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's the first time that we have a bioeconomy day at COP. We like saying that 100% of the economy is dependent on nature. And there is a clear correlation in a nexus between climate and bioeconomy. Bioeconomy can help us achieving NDCs, NBSAPs, and the National Adaptation Plan, but also it's very vulnerable to climate change and nature loss. And Brazil last year in the G20 started inserting nature in the G20 agenda and created the G20 initiative on bioeconomy, where they could launch and create the 10 high-level principles on bioeconomy. And the next step was to insert bioeconomy in the COP30 agenda, showing this direct correlation between climate and bioeconomy. And just yesterday, Brazil and other countries launched the Bioeconomy Challenge, which aims at continuing the discussion of bioeconomy in the multilateral system. And they are aiming at discussing what are the metrics and data for having bioeconomy globally, what are the market development that we need to create to foster bioeconomy internationally, as well as what are the financial instruments to make it scalable and possible in big proportions. And also how we do make this that is climate for it's positive for nature, people, and the planet, creating the social bioeconomy working group.
Excellent. Can you just double down on that and give us an example of how this could manifest itself?
So we just launched a project with the 9 Amazonian states that are the most native vegetation areas we have in Brazil. And we are creating a common policy on biocredits on how we can conserve the ecosystem service they are providing to the whole sector of the economies. And we launched this in order to improve their fiscal policies and bringing some revenues to the states. So by doing this, they can also conserve these full protection units that are ecosystem service that the whole world is being benefited by. And that's why we created this as a common policy among these 9 Amazonian states.
Excellent. So do you think money is going to flow into the hands of the people that need it on the front lines in the months and years to come? That's really the question, isn't it?
I really hope so. If not directly, indirectly. We know that the Amazonian states where we are one of the poorest states in Brazil, for instance, but they are also the major providers of ecosystem service to the humanity. But they also depend and they want socioeconomic development. So either we help the Amazonian states to build and protect this nature, or we're going to fail in this mission.
Okay, thanks so much, Luana. Let's come back to some of these points as well, but let's hear from you, Naoko, next as well. So we've heard this big idea here in sessions in Sao Paulo, nature on the balance sheet. Can you explain a little bit about what this is and what is the roadmap to achieving it?
Thank you so much for having me. May I just build on what Luana said? You said that this is the first COP which have a day of the bioeconomy. This is also the first COP. It has which has a science pavilion in the history of 30 years. And then science, and this is also the COP of the truth. What do we mean by COP of the truth? truth to the science. So the science, planetary science, told us that we were totally out of balance with natural system because of our economic and social behavior. So the important thing is that how we can really come back to that that more sustainable system, and that how can we really live in harmony with natural system. The planetary science tells us that we have exceeded 7 out of 9 boundaries, and it is because that our current economic system is totally outdated. Our valuation system is the one with the Holocene time, and we need to really move to that valuation system of the new Anthropocene time, when we think that nature is become so important. So we have to value what matters most in our current time, and that is the nature. So the entire idea of this nature on the balance sheet is how we can change the valuation system. And let's take value the full account for the full value of natural capital, and how the economic system, every type of economic decision making is integrating based on that. And in order to move forward, it's not just the accounting or the auditing. It is more about the entire financial ecosystem can appreciate it. So that the regulation needs to move, that the rating system needs to move, that the Ministry of Finance or the central bank needs to move, so that the entire system, including investors, feel very comfortable. Now the nature is an investable asset. So that's the point of nature on the balance sheet. It takes time. It's not the easy step because we are basically fighting against the incumbent valuation and the financial system. But once we are able to do it, going back to your Gavin question, who is a beneficiary of that? It's actually the people who are safeguarding, stewarding the nature on the ground, so that then hopefully once we complete it, that the money will flow to that indigenous people, smallholder farmers, that the forest people, or the village and the fishermen who have been safeguarding the nature for free so far. So that is the vision, and we are now working on that.
Excellent. So what you're really saying is that chief financial officers and finance ministers have to be at the heart of this. They're a long way away from this today. What are the steps to bring these actors into the climate and nature nexus?
No, actually, that I think during this COP, it's become so clear nature and the climate is so integrated, right? So that I think that and one very good thing I want to share with you and the audience is finally, after a few years of struggle, we are able to present a report to finance ministers that investing in nature is helping their budget, because investing in nature strengthening the resilience will save a lot of money going forward. It's the source of the growth, source of the stability, source of the also the good to reduce this sovereign the gap. So the finance ministers are finally getting the idea, what does it mean investing in nature from their own thinking. So to me, that is the best part of this COP. And then the ones that the finance minister, central bankers get it, I think it sends a very strong signal to the entire market.
Thanks so much, Naoko. Let's move over to Satya now. So we started with the bioeconomy concept and down to the ground in the Amazon with Naoko talking about essentially the rewiring of the global financial system. How is this going to benefit, for example, small farmers in India by looking at this rewiring of the financial system?
Thank you, Gavin. I think it's quite surprising that this is the first year they have a conversation around the bioeconomy. The economy draws everything from nature. It's not what percentage comes from nature, everything comes from nature. So it is sad that it has taken us so long, but finally, thankfully, Brazil is hosting this COP, and they understand the value of nature, because President Lula has been at it for a long, long time in his first term and even now, to bring really the focus back on the true value of nature. And that's what Naoko was pointing to, is that you cannot not put nature on the balance sheet, because that is already on the balance sheet. You just don't reflect what the reality is. And that is not a good way of reporting back to your shareholders or stakeholders what nature's value is in the whole equation, what is going in and what is coming out as so-called profits. Now that's what we did in Indonesia, where we partnered with 50,000 people. People have to be at the heart of it, because we destroy nature, we can protect nature. And where we set up what is the precursor to the Tropical Forest Forever facility, it was called the Tropical Landscape Finance Facility, where we set up a project of $400 million that employs 50,000 people, was a partnership between Michelin, the tire company, who needs natural rubber. The government of Indonesia was losing a 400,000 hectare forest, 6 times the size of the country Singapore. And BNP Paribas, who wanted to burnish its sustainability credentials, everybody came together, the UN and World Agroforestry Center, and I was the person pulling it all together. And now we have a very successful project that employs 50,000 people. 8 years later is the most sustainable rubber plantation on the planet, and all possible because we valued nature for what it is. And the markets actually put up that money at a cost below the sovereign borrowing cost of Indonesia, with no sovereign guarantees, with no collateral. That is the power of people coming together to stand with Mother Nature. The same thing, we took that idea to India to work with the state of Andhra Pradesh, which is a 60 million people state. It's not a small place. They have 6 million farmers, and the chief minister there, Chandrababu Naidu, who spoke at the Nature Positive dinner earlier this year in Davos, he decided that he's going to make his entire agricultural system free of synthetic chemical fertilizers and pesticides. Now there are 1.5 million people practicing it, borrowing on several very creative agricultural scientists, including Masanobu Fukuoka from Japan, who coined the term regenerative agriculture. And their yields have gone up 11% in the last 7 years. Incomes have gone up 50%. Birds and bees are nesting in agricultural fields. Earthworm count has now exploded literally in the agricultural fields. You can't find an earthworm before. And the German Development Bank came and invested 210 million euros in this at only 0.45% coupon. And the money is going back to them by saving in fertilizer subsidies, which the state alone was getting $1.5 billion every year from the national government just for fertilizer subsidies. Now they're saving that money. This year, they're getting back $21 million. And that number will keep growing. So the entire transition will be cost neutral to the government. That's the power of valuing nature for truly what it is. And that brings back people into agriculture, because then now they are making much more money. It is remunerative. It is changing their lives. Poor people are, for the first time, able to feed their children clean food because they don't have to buy it from the supermarket.
Brilliant, brilliant example. And less fertilizer use, lower emissions
Zero.
as well. Zero
Fossil fuel-based fertilizers and pesticides. Water conservation is 50%. Energy use intensity has dropped 50%. Soil nutrients, soil moisture, soil porosity, soil fertility, microbial count, everything has gone up through the roof just by respecting Mother Nature.
That's brilliant. When we talk about a net zero, nature positive and more equitable world, I think that's a very colorful example to dig into more. That story needs to be told again and again and again, as I'm sure you are sat here as well. Let's dig in now, if I can get my technology working, to a question for all of us. So we're hearing here from our fellow panelists a great deal of optimism in terms of what's possible, the decisions, the discussions, and some really practical examples as well. We heard the Tropical Forest Forever Fund launch as well, new ways of financing, in that case, forest conservation. But against this backdrop, some governments are looking to pull back. We've seen a pullback on overseas development aid by a couple of key countries. We've seen President Lula really urging engagement in the TFFF, but that's been not without its challenges as well. Why are you so optimistic against this global backdrop right now, where some people are a bit more pessimistic? Maybe who would like to take that, or all three of you take it?
Well, I think TFFF is one of the facilities instruments that we must have in the basket among several others. I think that valuing the intrinsic value of nature is key. And this is what we have been discussing, like putting a value and a price on nature. We know that nature resilience means financial resilience. We know that by valuing nature-rich countries, we are going to also increase their creditworthiness. So I think it's very important to start measuring and accounting what is correct. And as Naoko was saying, if we track the whole supply chain from all sectors, every single sector is somehow dependent on nature. So the way we are measuring now, it's wrong. It's wrong. So what Brazil is proposing is innovative and ambitious, and it's not the only solution, but we have to take something. What's happening this COP, in my view, and of course I'm Brazilian, so maybe you think I'm a little bit biased, I think we are offering several nature solutions to the world. So it's there. We have the menu. I really expect several things to happen after this COP, because there are several countries launching several initiatives that are valuing nature. So if we are missing political appetite, it's another issue. But we must make nature count. There is no other pathways for us to have resilience and survive in this world.
I was so happy that Ruana mentioned to make the nature count. We actually published a report to actually make the natural capital count, meaning that well, under this current system, still we are not yet measuring the value in the nature to its full cost, full value. But once we are able to shift that system, we create the new economic mechanism, and this COP actually show to us it's possible, and things are moving towards that direction. TFFA still has some issues remain, but the beauty is that the first time that it valued the standing forest. So it's not a dead forest, but a standing forest. That's the newness. And there are some other initiatives like that, valuing the living nature, not just the valuing the nature, but the living nature. And this is quite a number of examples are marching towards that direction. And if we were able to shift this entire valuation and the financial system towards that direction, we created a totally different economic mechanism which reward the steward of the natural capital on the ground, and it really answers this political question of the global north, global south. That is really the legacy system, but I think we will have an answer to that political question too.
Any reflections, Satya, on what you've heard?
Well, I am an optimist. And seriously, there's no other way to be, because we have already breached 1.5 degrees Celsius of global warming. And no matter what we hear anywhere, we will easily have breached 2 degrees Celsius of global warming in the next 10 years. Let me say why. It took us 89 years when we started counting from 1900. By 1989, we got to 0.5 degrees. By 2017, we got to 1 degrees. By 2027, we're getting to 1.5 degrees. 89 years, 28 years, 10 years. So if anybody is telling we'll still be under 2 degrees by the turn of the century, they're living in a parallel universe. And the only intervention that can bring us back from the brink of 2 degrees or 2.5 degrees of global warming is Mother Nature. When you plant a tree, it produces more oxygen. It restarts the water cycle. It brings down the heat and stores carbon and helps people with all kinds of goods and services, So there's so much, we're talking a lot about changing finance. It is time to finance change. And that's why I'm so excited about the Tropical Forest Forever facility. Is it perfect? Well, we don't know. It just started. Let's not judge it before it even starts doing something. But forget others. Indonesia has committed $1 billion. It's a developing country. They have lots of needs of their own. And so when they are all coming together, and Norway has promised $3 billion, and so this is a wonderful initiative by Brazil that must be something that we all not just subscribe to. If we have the resources, we bring it to the fund, but more important is the pipeline to develop programs that can be funded by the TFFF. having money is not going to solve any problems. It's one part of the solution, because the world is more than $100 trillion in global GDP every year. Why isn't it solving all the problems? We have the money. It is about creating and developing that pipeline, working with people at the bottom of the pyramid, and then creating the opportunity for money to flow, so that then everybody wins. And most importantly, people are ready to invest. From my conversation with some very key people, Andre Hoffman, he's a great conservation champion. He was recently in Andhra Pradesh with his wife Rosalie. And they both came and they were literally blown away, talking to these women farmers whose resilience is this little, but they are willing to change something that their families have been doing for 100 years already. And so we need to take lessons from these poor women farmers that are willing to change no matter the difficulty. And now they are reaping the benefits. Thank you.
And also, we have 7% of the global GDP harming nature. So this is $7 trillion that are moving towards negative flows towards nature. We must revert this. So I think it's not only TFFF, but we must try other ways and show that nature positive and bioeconomy are a profitable investment strategy.
Absolutely.
We have to try it. We have to give the chance.
Lots of optimism on this panel. I think we need to get each and every one of you in front of finance ministers and CFOs because you're making the case very, very strongly. We've got about 2 minutes left to wrap up. A final thought from each of you. You're in 2030. You're looking back here at this amazing COP30 experience. What was the key takeaway from here that's going to accelerate that pathway to 2030?
I can start. Partnerships. Champions coming together, taking up ideas, empowering other young champions, because they are not just it is that they are the future, but it is their future we are talking about. So we need to really empower young people for doing the right things they are already doing, but also getting them the resources to double down on everything they are doing.
Brilliant. Naoko.
I really want to see our valuation system completely changed and to reflect the true value of natural capital, because I'm now living in the very poor area of Japan. People go to the supermarket, they only buy the cheaper food, right? So that rather than forcing them to buy a expensive, sustainable food, I want to see that the food price already integrate, including those sustainability in its pricing. So rather than struggling, everybody marching towards the same direction, I want to see the economic system include those full value of natural capital. That's my dream.
Thanks, Naoko. Luana.
I hope decision makers and financial institutions accept that a change is needed. Everybody knows that we must change, but nobody is taking the first step to make it happen. So I think this COP is showing there are different ways of doing it. And by doing so, we're going to be more resilient. I want us to accept this change and start working towards this direction, more positive outcomes to nature, climate, and people.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We've covered a lot of ground here. You heard a lot of optimism, but also some pragmatism as well. Things are indeed possible. We've heard real-world examples, and we've got passionate advocates here working the halls and the rooms at COP30 to make this vision happen. A few final words from me. If you want to dig into the concept of nature positive a little bit more, I thoroughly recommend this book put together by a range of authors that looks at nature positive from the perspective of science, cultural perspective, a finance, a business, and a governance perspective as well. And we've just launched a Brazilian version of this book, translation into Portuguese, with additional Brazilian voices, such as Carlos Nobre, groundbreaking Amazon scientist, and many others too. So please do have a look and a dig into that. Now, a book is a read, of course. If you'd like a summary of the book, we are producing a film that we'll be launching early next year, so watch out for that. And at the end of the segment today, we're going to show a trailer for the film, so that's coming right up as we end. But before we end, just like to say a big thank you to each of you. We've still got a minute left, so if you've got a 10-second thought, fire away.
10-second thought. Together we can.
I want to see the system respecting the nature.
Let's take action in the Mutirão spirit and learn from Brazilian experience.
Brilliant. And I'll add the last one. Building a nature-positive economy is possible. Building a net zero economy is possible. The examples are everywhere. It's all about will. It's all about mindset. And let's together figure out how we can do that one step at a time. But at the same time, time is against us. We've heard some very scary numbers in terms of climate change, in terms of nature loss as well. So let's move this agenda forward quickly and together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we don't have time.
Nature.
We certainly do.
It gives us everything we need to thrive. And it is our greatest ally in the fight against climate change. Becoming nature positive is our pathway to a safe and prosperous future.
The only way we can build a people-positive future is to secure a nature-positive one.
Yet we are destroying nature faster than at any other time in our history. And the effects on humanity are profound.
Humanity has become a weapon of mass extinction. And ultimately, we are committing suicide by proxy.
Our assault on nature threatens the foundations of our future.
We cannot continue to grow, consume, and not expect any consequences.
All the science we have today shows that we are in danger, but we have not yet lost it. The window is still open to turn back.
We are facing the greatest choice in the history of our species. Continue with business as usual and put the future of humanity at risk. Or transition our societies, our economies, and our future to a nature-positive path.
We have created these systems, and that means that we can change them. Nature positive is not a vision, it's something that we have to do.
We are the ones who hold the pen and can write the next chapter in the history of humanity.
Can we build a better future where both nature and humanity thrive? This is the promise of a nature-positive world.
The climate crisis is upon us. We have irregular weather patterns, we have extreme droughts and floods, forcing people around the world to leave their homes and their home regions, and they have to seek refuge somewhere else. The UN Refugee Agency, the UNHCR, released a new report on this subject on the first day of this COP30 UN climate conference here in Belém, Brazil. The report looks at climate displacement, at mobility today and tomorrow, but also offers solutions. Building on this report, we've invited three well-known panelists to dive deeper into this issue. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Michelle Unitani, the Senior Policy Advisor, Climate Action at UNHCR, Helen Pazme Mora, Coordinator, Latinas for Climate, and Merna, I'm going to ask you to give me your last name. How do I say that?
It's Merna El Bouhdeti.
Merna El Bouhdeti.
Perfect.
Okay. Program lead at the Global Youth Coalition. So welcome, everybody. Michelle, this latest UNHCR report launched here at COP30 just on the first day shows extreme weather events is driving repeated displacement among conflict-affected communities. What are the key findings of the report? What is the prognosis for the decades to come?
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to talk about the report here today. It is exciting to be back here at COP for the second year in a row with a special report that's really trying to strengthen the evidence on where there's a great big blind spot, really concerning right now for people especially who've been forcibly displaced, including for the reasons to do with conflict and violence and persecution in countries which are also highly climate vulnerable. So what the report is highlighting, for example, that today there are around 117 million people forcibly displaced worldwide, and 3 in every 4 of those people is living today in a highly climate vulnerable country. So they're highly exposed to extreme weather events. Daily, UNHCR is experiencing that as the UN Refugee Agency. With a strong humanitarian mandate as part of what we do, we are being forced to indeed respond to protect and assist those people being hit by floods, being hit by the effects of storms and droughts and heat and so on. And the prognosis on that, I'm afraid, is it's getting worse. So one of the things, one of the indicators of that is to do with extreme heat or dangerous heat, which is absolutely rising. And when we look at the hottest 15 refugee camps or settlements worldwide today, if we look out, projections out to 2050 are suggesting that those people in those settlements would be facing more than 200 days of dangerous heat per year. 200 days in a year. And that's in situations where they're living in fragile shelters, where they have limited access to water. They certainly don't have air conditioning, which is deafening us a little bit here in the venue today. But you can imagine what that means in terms of their vulnerability. And also floods and this water stress means that their very survival is under threat because water systems are being disrupted. For example, in South Sudan, people who are displaced have only got around 9 liters of water a day that they have access to. 9 liters when the minimum standard actually for emergencies is 15 liters per person. So if you then add onto that the impacts of climate change, the impacts of extreme weather, you can hear a little bit what's happening. Among them, of course, they're not a big block of people. Children, women among those most vulnerable. Children and women amongst the most vulnerable. So we're seeing, because of these impacts, also, for example, the risk of violence, gender-based violence, women who have, as part of their responsibilities, having to go out and collect firewood, collect water, child marriage rates rising, children missing school because they're becoming displaced and so on. So the impacts are very hard to put into one box, if you like, because these impacts are really affecting everything right across the board and with growing complexity. So, for example, what we see in terms of displacement data, over the last 15 years, the number of countries that are being affected by both conflict-related displacement and disaster-related displacement because of extreme weather events has tripled.
That's quite a lot.
Yes, so you can hear that the trends are not good because especially right now as a humanitarian agency, we're under deep funding cuts. And what that means is that vulnerability is rising hugely. And we're doing the opposite of what we're all here advocating for, which is greater finance, greater action, reaching the communities right on the ground so that their resilience is strengthened. It's going backwards. So if you like, the message on that is that the urgency, which was there already, is even greater.
And solutions. Tell us a little bit about what we can do. Obviously, finance, you mentioned that's very important. But are there other measures that could be incorporated to at least provide some relief from this?
Well, one of the really important things that we really have to emphasize again and again is that to have really impactful solutions, which are sustainable, which are meaningful, which are equitable, we have to include the people who are being affected themselves. And it sounds quite obvious, but time and again, we see that is just not happening, or their participation isn't really meaningful. It's a bit tokenistic. So everything that we're doing on the ground needs to be led by the communities on the ground, supporting local organizations. And as a UN agency, we try to partner and enable the space for them to take that leadership from the local level.
Seems something like solar panels that, you know, are now as cheap as chips could certainly help a little bit to provide some electricity, including for air conditioning. You know, I mean, there must be. Maybe we come back on this first. Let's go now to Helen. You produced a documentary on climate-induced landslides in central Ecuador. It highlights powerful personal and environmental stories. What motivated you to tell this story? And what does it reveal about the lived climate reality of people's lives right now in terms of displacement in Latin America?
I want to show this situation because many people think that climate mobility is something far away, but now it's happening now in our communities, specifically in Ecuador, in the rural and small territories. For example, in this documentary, I tried to show what happened with the people, what is the story behind. It's important to show the real faces of what's happening. For example, one of the women said, for this community said, we don't live but we need to live because the land is not safe for now. And hearing that, I think what's happening with the people, what is the historical situation, what is the connection with their land. For example, this community depends specifically for the agriculture. For this is important, the connection with their lands. And also, after the landslide, the community lost all the houses. And also the government said, this area is not safe for all. We need to move very fast. But move where? Who? What is the best form to move? For this reason, I think it's important to show that the data is important, but also it's important to show the real stories of what's happening with the people. And also, I think it's not only happening in Ecuador. Latin America and the Caribbean suffered this situation. Climate mobility is happening now. And also, I think it's important to show and demonstrate what is happening and how to involve the young people and involve the community also in these situations.
The landslides are happening because what? Extreme rain is taking soil and just cascading it down the sides of mountains, or what is the main happening with the landslide? What's the trigger?
The raining, for example, the raining for the climate change more dangerous. For example, the people live down on the mountain, and this reason the mountain down over the community.
Okay. Meana, let me ask you, so your work with the Global Youth Coalition, I mean, you're Egyptian by birth, but you're with the Global Youth Coalition, so you know what's happening globally, obviously something locally as well. How are young people shaping this conversation on climate-driven migration and climate justice?
Well, they're really moving it, much like Helen and Michelle said, from a policy perspective or a policy discussion into lived reality. How I first got introduced into climate-induced displacement was in COP27 when I met an 11-year-old called Asad, and he had been displaced from Sudan due to flash floods, similarly into Egypt. And he was speaking at a panel about how he didn't want to leave his country and he didn't want to move, but he didn't really have any other choice. And hearing that, it was very moving, and it really made it feel like, yeah, climate-induced displacement is here. And I think that's the experience that a lot of young people are feeling, their lived realities right now, and they're really trying their best to communicate that being real life. And in the Global Youth Coalition, we run the Global Youth Climate Training with Oxford Net Zero and the Smith School. And it's a global training. We've got a cohort from around the world, right? And a lot of the time, we get people that apply who are displaced, whether internally or externally. And it's an online training, so everything is online. And sometimes they're in camps or in places where they'll send us emails that, oh, they can't attend because of the lack of internet, or because they're moving, or because they just can't, have like the space for that right now. So it's really disheartening to see, and I think that's what they're also obviously advocating for themselves, right? To be recognized, to be treated justly, to have like a definition of, because they're not like necessarily migrants, because they don't want to migrate, but they're not refugees. They're not under the refugee convention, so they want their experience to be validated. And I think we do at least our best in the Global Youth Coalition and in the Global Youth Climate Training to validate that and to give them a voice or like a public presence to advocate for themselves.
I mean, as you rightly say, this is happening all over the world, right? There are obviously clearly places where it's very extreme right now. You were talking about refugee camps, the Sudan, southern Sudan, other places, parts of, other parts of Africa. Obviously, what's been happening in the Middle East as well. People stuck in camps or forced to flee to another country and then ending often in a camp again. So, I mean, this is going on all over the place. But, I mean, the fact that some people are finding that they're having to move, maybe not to a camp, but to another place, right? If you look at the Himalayas, we know already, because of the melting of the glaciers, that many people are running short of water at certain times. It's absolutely clear right now that, it was said in the past that cutting the emissions of climate change is your best way of an insurance against the future. But now we need to invest also in, resilience building, don't we? We need to invest in adaptation. It's urgent that we invest in these areas. There are solutions out there, and they can be done. There's lots of examples where people have made themselves more resilient when they've been given the support to make it happen. So is this part of the, message that you're trying to bring out as the UNHCR, that we need to invest much more in resilience building? Yeah, please help me out.
Yes, no, absolutely. When you're working in some of the most challenging contexts in the world, sometimes you hear donors or others saying it's too difficult to work there. These people are too hard to reach. It's too challenging. That cannot be an excuse. We are all joined together in a commitment to leave no one behind, and we're talking about some of the most vulnerable people. And what's extraordinary and really inspiring is that there are so many examples of local organizations and individuals living in displacement today who are, in spite of all the challenges that they face, the limited access they have today to resources, they're already taking action. They're organizing themselves, they're working in their communities. Even here in Belém, I had the honor on Sunday, just before the beginning of the COP, not this, the Sunday before the start of COP. I visited a community. It's an Indigenous refugee Warao community who were displaced some years ago from Venezuela, loss of their land under very traumatic circumstances, but who are now today still living in rather marginalized situation, but they themselves are working with the support of different partners to use their traditional knowledge, to teach their children, to maintain their culture and their heritage. And that's because this is one part of the losses that we see facing people who are displaced from their normal social networks, and for Indigenous people very profoundly from their culture, from their land, right? So preserving that through even small initiatives, low cost actually, has a huge impact and meaning for them. And one of the women leaders has been on our delegation here at the COP this year. Fantastic, Gardenia is her name, and she's been sharing her experience, sharing her story with, I don't think there weren't too many dry eyes in the house when she really, expresses herself, but very inspiring. So all this to say is that, yes, there are many things happening at the small scale. Now what we need to make happen with the negotiators, with the big donors, with the funds, is that we need to take that to scale. These little pieces of ad hoc work, very important, but they need to be enabled.
So what do you say? I mean, clearly right now we are living in a moment in time where the donor community has been reducing their support in developing countries. In the main, on average, we've got one very large country north of here that's really cut back its support to the developing world, including through the United States, aid programs, US aid. Even the European donors themselves are not spending as much on aid as they used to. Is aid the wrong word these days? I can't remember. But anyway, assistance. And yet even these stories of the suffering of people seem to be not moving people in the same way as the past. How do we do that? How do we show that their story is our story? That if it's them now, it'll be us soon. So why don't we deal with the problem? So we all deal with the problem, right, at the same time. What do you think? What is the psychological trigger that we can somehow unlock this standoff right now?
It's difficult to show what's happening in the climate mobility because it's not only for climate change, it's a mix of inequality situations. For example, like you mentioned, security situation, economic situation, and other related with that. But I think it's important to show what happened, to tell the real story, try to find the best way to, for example, show the policymakers what happened in our countries. For example, in Ecuador, the National Adaptation Plan mentioned climate mobility, but it's only in the page, but not in the real action. We need to action. We need to, for example, laws. We need to collect data because that is so important for the real actions, for the effective responses. I think it's that related.
I talked to a guy who works for the UN about 3 or 4 days ago, and then he told me that he was from Belém and that he left when he was 15. And I said, well, tell us about this city. Tell us about this region here. And because, I mean, I've seen the city. We've all seen the city. You need to obviously live here to know what's really going on and speak Portuguese. You need to, is it going through gentrification? Is it going backwards? Is it going forwards? What's going on? And he said, actually, if you come back in 20 years, this place is going to be transformed. The governor and the city mayor here, they have a vision of biological production systems for food production. They have a vision of sustainable fisheries. They have a vision of transforming Belém into sustainable tourism. There's a vision for a different way of living, right, which could lead to this region being stronger in the face of climate change, more resilient. And I think we need some visions here because we can't just keep going on seeing people suffer and it getting worse. There needs to be a step up in visions all over the place about how we want to transform communities so they can resist the impacts of climate change and can thrive as individuals and as communities, yeah? We've got 2.5 minutes left. I mean, where do we go from here? Where does UNHCR go from here?
Well, we're having to make a lot of very difficult decisions as an organization. As a humanitarian organization, unfortunately, we're often in the business of triage, of prioritizing, making very tough choices, trying to figure out where to target assistance to reach those who need it the most. So that's a very important part of the message here. Indeed, the resources that are available, perhaps there are more out there even than we realize. But what we certainly know is they're not reaching the countries and the people, including refugees, including internally displaced people who really, really need them urgently today. But you're touching on the point about leadership, and I think that's absolutely key. And that's why we're all, in this huge conference center for a couple of weeks. It's about trying to convince the leaders, the decision makers, to recognize, to remember that's what their job is, that everyone's committed to that. And we want to see that in their decision texts, that recognition of people, as we say, on the front lines of climate change, also on the front lines sometimes of conflict, but in extremely vulnerable situations. And they should be made very, very visible in the decisions that are made, not just left behind, between the lines. Because we know that again and again, because of marginalization, because of discrimination, because of inequality, all of these things, they are being left behind, and they're just being left further and further behind. So leadership, as you were saying, is absolutely key, but from all levels, from the top, from the decision maker here, but also from the local level.
And we need to tell the stories of those communities that have been given some support, that have transferred. There are communities I know in India and in that region there that have learned how to new ways of managing water, because their traditional ways of managing water have gone because the glaciers have melted away. So they've learned new ways of doing it. They decided as communities, they got the support, they had a vision. So I think there's got to be stories being told about people who are standing up and doing things differently, to inspire governments to part with their money, to know that it can actually do something very positive and sustainable over the long term. I don't know. Maybe I'm not an expert on this, so I'm just chatting.
No, I think you're completely right. I think storytelling is so important. And I think empathy is still there, right? And we've seen from the ICJ advisory decision that local action is still possible, right? A lot of young people were working on that, like draft text on that.
You're talking about the International Court of Justice.
Oh, yes. It happened, right? And it clarified states' responsibilities. So I feel like we've all been disheartened by everything going on, right? We've stopped believing in local action or youth or grassroots action. But I feel like this is such a prevalent example that is still so powerful. And it all started with stories. It started with small island developing states telling people, we're going to drown. We don't want to go anywhere else. We want to stay here. Help us stay here. So I think it's just appeal to people's emotions and then provide solutions, and they will take you up on it.
Yeah. Good. We've run over time by 1 minute and 8 seconds, and it's a live show, so there are other guests that want to talk as well about what they're up to. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thanks
and
so much.
best of luck with your work here. And I do hope that I get a feeling here in Brazil a little bit more confident that we may have a positive outcome on climate change than maybe we've had in the last few years since Paris, where there've been a lot of baby steps, and now we need a big, mature leap forward. Maybe Brazil can pull it off. So fingers crossed.
Good luck, Brazil.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Just wait a second. We just need to...
The final week at COP is up and running, and negotiations are happening all around. And our team, of course, is back here reporting to you on today's overview of the COP30 negotiations. Today's negotiations and events were fairly people-centered. We had a lot of events on youth and children and climate, and on Indigenous people and their rights and how to implement them in negotiations, and on populations in the global south. Those are the people that are most vulnerable and that are most affected by climate change. Here's Paul with a little report on populations in the global south and how climate change is affecting them.
So I've attended a meeting where the Global South could express their concerns with climate change, and one of the most vocal regions was the Caribbean, where Jamaica has been hit with Hurricane Melissa and suffered a 33% dip in their GDP because key infrastructure such as roads and ports have been destroyed or shut down, and as such people often don't have the means and resources to rebuild these. And one of their key demands is to simplify the process to get adaptation finance, because often people wait 6 months to have their roof built because the process is long and complicated.
At the WHO Pavilion recently, one message became crystal clear. Health, peace, and also climate change are interconnected. The climate crisis fuels disease, inequality, and instability. And if the basic needs of us humans aren't fulfilled, it remains and becomes difficult for us humans to care about our surroundings and community. It is therefore that the presidency of the COP30 launched the Belém Health Action Plan here at COP. It demands climate resilient financing a stronger financing and also a fair participation. Climate action is health action and therefore a path for peace.
Yesterday, I had the honor to interview former first female president of Ireland and also former UN High Commissioner of Human Rights, Madam Mary Robinson. We wanted to know what inspired her while looking at the young activists of today. And she also left an important message for young women all around the world.
I think the intergenerational conversations that we have with children and young activists are an extraordinary way of being restored in believing that actually there is much hope, because the young people that I'm engaging with all the time are determined to have a better world, are connecting with each other so well on social media and other ways, and they see the world in terms of a fairness for everybody, a climate justice, a world that is much, much better, particularly for those who are suffering the most from the climate and nature shocks. And it's really very encouraging, and I come away, feeling restored myself. I actually have a message for young women. Yeah. Okay. An unusual message. Use humor more.
Okay.
Do you know why I say that?
Yeah.
Because in my experience, young women take themselves too seriously in their work. At home, they could be very funny, very engaged, but when they go in, because they have to just try that bit harder, prove themselves that bit more than boys and men. And boys come in, they don't work as hard, they joke with everyone, and then they get the promotion. Yeah. It happens everywhere, every country.
Climate change has negative effects on human health, also, of course, on justice and human rights. So we're going to talk more about this in this upcoming session, because at the same time, addressing climate change is not just a matter of replacing fossil fuels with something else and putting a fence up around nature. It's much more complicated than that. The energy transition, the adoption of better land use, allocation and management, as well as low emissions agriculture practices can really have significant impacts. And they can be both positive and negative. And they can be positive and negative on the aspects of justice, human rights, and of health. So this panel will discuss why it's critical to address climate change from these perspectives, and how to do it in ways that is just and also equitable. So I'm delighted to have two guests here at the panel. We have Naoko Ishii. You're a planetary guardian and executive vice president of the University of Tokyo. It's an honor having you here. And next to you, we have Aisha Siddiqa. You're youth climate advisor to the UN Secretary General. Delighted to have you. It's an honor. So I'm starting with you, Aisha. Your family history, it's linked to injustices of the adoption of new practices and also of land use systems. So could you please tell us about this and also how that informed your path and how you're working with this in the United Nations?
Sure. I come from a tribal community in northern Pakistan, and the way tribal and nomadic communities in Asia operate is a lot of them move, and hence the nomadic term. And my people specifically have settled around the big 4 rivers that run through what would be presently called Pakistan. And we've done this for over 600 years. And due to the climate crisis, our way of living definitely has been impacted. To get more specific, after the partition of India and Pakistan, my family previously had depended on the river as a source of feeding our crops. And during dry season, specifically, my grandfather would narrow the river, and during wet season, he would make the river and carve streams. That was his job. Our community was not involved in the marketplace economy like so many other peoples were back even in the 1950s, because everything that we needed came from the land. That means from growing our own cotton to having our own livestock, so on and so forth. After that, because Pakistan very quickly entered an energy crisis, and it also entered a crisis of access to large areas of land, because historically Southeast Asia, Afghanistan, Pakistan are tribal communities. And so there was an effort to take back that land. From governments were involved in that, and corporations were involved in that. My grandparents lost our land to sugar cane crop. People came, knocked on his door. At that point, my grandfather was in his 20s. He was an orphan. His parents had died. And they gave him a couple of rupees and said, here you go, build a life. And we gave up over 60 acres of our land, a territory that we had lived in for 600 years, where my great-great-grandparents are buried. And that then consequently we moved into the city, the nearest city. And you can imagine, for people who have their own distinct language, for people who have had a very specific way of livelihood, building their homes, they're thrown into a city sector. They don't even speak the language of the community, and they have to play the race of getting a job, getting their kids in school, with the little money that they have. And it was horrific. We fell into a kind of poverty that was exponentially decreasing. And it's interesting to say that so many indigenous communities are financially some of the most disadvantaged on planet Earth, when in fact we have had access to the global commons for such a long time. It's awkward, it's weird, but also it shows the way that we are systematically disenfranchised. The story so on goes, in 2008, Pakistan entered a massive energy crisis, and as a consequence, they started building dams. And that river I told you, we were still very close to it. It was still 30% of our drinking water still came from it. There was a hydroelectric dam that was built, and that dam leached carcinogens, and those carcinogens killed my family. I lost a 7-year-old cousin. I lost a 19-year-old cousin. I lost my grandparents. My uncles have kidney failure, so on and so forth. And that has absolutely affected my climate advocacy and the argument that it's a human rights issue. It's a human rights issue because it is bleeding into the basic ability for a people to prosper, to live. We can't escape what's happening to our environment anymore. We can't migrate any further. It's happening there too. Where are people supposed to go? You kick them off their land, they move to a city, they sell baskets to make a living, they figure it out for 50, 60 years, and then you pollute their water and you kill them. And where are they supposed to go? And so it's informed the way that I approach my work too. Consequently, I started studying the law. My people were disenfranchised because my grandfather signed a document he couldn't read. He didn't speak the language. I've pursued law school, and now I'm working on something called the Future Generations Tribunal. I'm working on giving legal personhood to future generations of human species, animal species, flora and fauna, so that there is appropriate accountability when those rights are violated.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Aisha. This is a very strong story you're telling, and also what you're doing based on this story. Thank you for sharing this, and thank you for your strong advocacy in this field. So there's one term that's continuously spoken about, Naoko. I'm turning now to you, sorry. We talk about all the time here at the COP is climate justice. We say that nobody's safe until everybody's safe. So it sounds beautiful, but what value addition is really expected from this climate justice movement? What could you tell us about this, please?
Well, as Aisha said, global commons. You said also nobody is safe until everybody is safe. That is a very important concept of global commons. When I joined the University of Tokyo, I named my center Center for Global Commons because we want to address this kind of justice issue too. And it's politically also very, very challenging because people do not necessarily come together to work for something global commons. But that is the challenge. And unless we find a way to do it, nobody is safe. And then for the future and the current generation, the future generation. So the value addition of discussing this climate justice issue here is to really let us understand that not only the people who have been directly suffering from the climate issue, but for the negotiators, ordinary people, the businessmen, everybody needs to understand what exactly are we talking about. That kind of serious recognition, understanding of the issue is a value addition to the negotiation, but also everyday decision making. And that's why it's very important for us to mainstream this kind of experience through the discussion.
Thank you. Turning back to Aisha, one often says that climate change is an intergenerational challenge and topic. What does this really mean, and why is it important to consider climate change and climate action from this perspective?
In order to answer that question, I think we have to kind of take off our analytical hats and remember we are an animal species. And at the center of every animal is its offspring. That's the center of its care. It's the most primitive, if I can use that word, biological obligation for us. That is why we exist. That it's to carry off our offspring. I don't know when we came to the point where we left out the children from the decision-making text. If you observe deer in the forest, if you observe mushrooms in the forest, if you observe whales in the ocean, the center of their care, all the energy that they preserve, is for their future generations. And that is what is at risk with the climate crisis, present and future generations, if I might add. And that's where intergenerational equity is so important. We have to remember that our species is on a threat of extinction. And in order for our species to continue, we need to make sure that our offspring have a livable planet. And what the science is saying is we're headed towards a place that is not livable. 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries have been breached. That's where Naoko and I work on the planetary sciences. And that's where the intergenerational equity comes in as well. It's not just intergenerational equity of humankind, it's also intergenerational equity for plant and animal species. But the point here is all of this is for nothing if it is not for future generations. What is the fossil fuel phase out for? Who is it for? For the people that will come after us, for those who will inherit planet Earth. It's the most simple obligation we have as mankind. I just don't know why it's considered political, because it's not.
Indeed it isn't. In my country, Sweden, women are not giving birth as much as they used to. And the current government is really asking themselves, why is this happening? And for me, it's quite clear. The hope for the future it's quite weak among young people these days, and it's easy to understand why, right? So this is really something that also threatens, in a bigger perspective, many countries and their demography. Well, it's the same thing in Japan and many other parts of East Asia, of course. So Naoko, many see the climate change challenge as a technical matter. Stating that by replacing polluting technologies and with practices, other cleaner practices, the problem, well, it's going to be solved, right? So are we here at the COP, would you say, simply to pursue this, to accelerate the progress of new techniques, or should we also be directing our attention to key policies which might be related to climate justice? It's a leading question.
Both Aisha and I are the planetary guardians, and we subscribe this planetary science, planetary boundary science. What science told us is that, as Aisha already mentioned, we were totally out of balance with the natural system. The climate change is a good example, but if you also look at the nature loss, the water issue, ocean issue, the soil issue, everything is now out of balance. So it's not a technical issue. This is more like how we live. In the past, we were small and the Mother Earth is so vast and powerful, so it's okay not to necessarily, we discuss a lot, put the valuation of the natural capital. But now we become so powerful and so big, and our impact on the natural system is so, damaging. So it's time for us to completely change the valuation so that we can value that the natural capital, but also human and the societal capital, so that our economic decision making can completely change. So it's not a technical issue at all. It is basically how can we update our economic system to the current situation which science tells us. So that is a thing we need to do. So that technology doesn't solve. That we need to really see the entire that social, economic, and the political system. Can we really come up with a system that so that we can live in harmony with nature?
So Naoka, could you share a tangible example of what that could look like, a policy?
In terms of the nature, for instance, then our planetary guardians really think about how to value the living nature. That our economic system is very good at value the dead nature. That the forest is only valued when it becomes timber. But can we really value the standing forest, like TFFF, which initiated in London, New York Climate Week, and kind of celebrated here, is a very good policy and initiative how to change the way we value that living forest. So that's a very good one, tangible example which comes out of this scope. But broadly speaking, the policy side, how can we change that the valuation so that we can put much more positive value for the natural capital, human capital, societal capital, so that our economic decision making can integrate on it. Then we can reward more of that the indigenous people, that smallholder farmers, the forest people, the village people, so that who have been stewarding the natural capital for free so far. So that's a very important policy change that we are promoting.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Aisha again. The past 10 years have been the hottest in thousands of years at the planet, right? And we have witnessed the impact of climate change with floods, forest fires, droughts, famines, etc. And it will get worse. We know that. We also know that it's just not emissions. The emissions don't only just contribute to global warming, they also contribute to increased pollution, and that matter also create health problems. Are there any specific groups that gets hit harder?
It's of course women and girls. I'll give you a tangible example. In 2022, when Pakistan was flooded, around 60 million people were displaced. Of those, I think around, I could be spreading misinformation. I don't want to be incorrect, but what I recall, the number was around 15 to 16 million of those were women and girls. And the health issues are not just what happens at the hospital. It's a layer of health issues. First of all, there's extreme sexual violence post-climate disasters. And that sexual violence means that young women are trafficked. It means that they are abused. Second, there were so many pregnancies that happened in the flooded waters. Women give birth in the flooded waters. Healthcare systems utterly collapse. Everything collapses when there's a natural disaster, but healthcare systems particularly collapse. We did not have enough beds in the rural communities for the people that were being affected by first the flooding, second malaria, dengue, fevers, so on and so forth. Just before I came to COP, a report was released that global warming is leading us towards kind of a heat crisis that will indefinitely kill millions of people. And my prediction is those millions predominantly will be women. In the country that I come from, already there are so many issues. And we were speaking of offspring, and you mentioned Sweden. And that's another reason women across the world are taking accountability for their bodies, because what is the point of having children in a world where our bodies are not respected, one, but our children will suffer. There are so many sociological effects. And then the last thing I'll say is education is impacted because young women can't go to school. There's just layers to it. And of course, historically across the world, it's always the most marginalized that are impacted, but young women and girls are bearing the impact of a climate crisis like none other, because they also end up being the nurses, the makeshift nurses who take care of people. They end up being the caretakers of everybody who is now affected. They end up helping birthing stillborn babies into the water, and they help bury them too. There's so many layers to it.
Thank you, Aisha. This is, again, a very strong statement, and these stories need to be told again and again and again, right? So, Naoko, we know that money is needed, and there is money actually in many areas to guide the outcomes of this. What are the strategies from your perspective that can be adopted to ensure that financial resources are deployed to strengthen human rights and justice?
I can give you the short answer and the long, more abstract answer. My heart is more like a long, abstract answer. We have been talking about how to value the natural, human, societary capital. The current economic system doesn't value those capital. So that if we were really able to change the valuation system.
I will get you some water. Hang on. That happens to everyone. Water helps. Thank you. Just take a break.
So my long-term answer, a little abstract, but I think it's a very fundamental issue. But because people talk about financing gap, but how much finance? But the important thing is not amount of money, but it's more like how to finance or how the money flows. So if that the money flows to the real value of nature, real value of human, real value of society, that will really help to address those injustice systems, which is so deep in the current economic system. So that's a long-term answer, but I think it's fundamental. I really want to see the COP produce those not just a quick fix kind of a thing, but address the long-term fundamental solution so that we can really transform our economic system. But the short-term answer is, of course, it's important to think about how much money going to the climate, that an adaptation mitigation. One very good news, which made me very happy, is that finally, I think that we are reaching to the finance minister's eyes and ears, and now they believe in, I hope, that investing in adaptation is a good investment. Then they now using the word resilience, because adaptation sounds like something cost. But if we say investment in resilience, this means social system, human system, economic system become resilient, then it will save a lot of money going forward. So it's a very good investment. That's a new way of seeing finance from Minister of Finance point of view.
Thank you. And that's also why it's so crucial that academics like you, the Tokyo University, really pursue this relentlessly, right?
And actually, I came from Minister of Finance. That's how I started. That's why I see that how finance ministers see this issue. Yeah.
So I have a final question here before we move on to the exciting last leg of this session. There is no silver bullet to climate change, climate action. We know this. But if you were to pick one solution, Aisha, that you would like to promote and highlight here, like a call to action, what would that be?
I spoke about future generations. I spoke about women and girls. I think we just recently had an advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice that has said that climate change is a human rights issue, that states have human rights obligations, but then second, they have obligations to future generations. I think the next solution is defining what those rights are. And that is what my team and my project is working on. We want to give legal personhood to future generations so that they can take, so one, that is defined, but second, there can be accountability. That is the issue. Future generations are this abstract concept that we're all headed towards, but one, there's no definition, and second, there's no consequences for killing planet Earth. There's no consequences for corporations, there's no consequences for governments, and even if there are consequences, they're monetary. And for big corporations, if they can pay them, then so what? Like they'll keep extracting. I think we need to think in long-term systems. And like Naoko was saying, valuing nature is one thing, but valuing life is another. And one way we can do that is we give legal personhood to future generations.
Amen to that. Really, Aisha. Thank you. So Naoko, what would your call to action, your solution, preferred solution be? You can echo Aisha.
No,
That's
my
fine.
first response is exactly the same. I was so encouraged and so happy when in July this year, the International Court of Justice issued this advisory opinion. To me, it's such a sweeping thing.
Yep.
I couldn't believe that the International Court of Justice can do this kind of thing. But then the fact disappointed me is that how we can really use it, make use it of create more social movement. It doesn't really create any movement in Japan, to my huge disappointment. But maybe that it impacted some of the countries, but not good enough. So I think we should really come together to how to make best use of that going forward. And there are several important call for action, as we already discussed. But to me, still, I want to see that and how we can update the economic system to value living nature, but also the human being and the societal coherence. That's my call for action.
Thank you very much indeed. So now it's time for the last leg of this session, and it's the exciting announcement of Guardian of the Day. Yes. So this is a recognition offered by the Planetary Guardians to champions and drivers of strong climate action. So, Aisha, who's getting this award today?
The Guardian of the Day is Colombia, and the reason why Colombia is the Guardian is for many reasons, but for the purposes of this panel, it's because Colombia has committed to stop extracting fossil fuels. They have signed the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty alongside the small island states, including the Marshall Islands, so on and so forth, and they're making a commitment to make their Amazon rainforest preserved and stopping any further extraction of their Amazon forest, which I think is absolutely incredible. And they're leading the way on what we on our understanding of biodiversity preservation, and they're leading the way on our understanding of just governance, and they're leading our way on understanding of human rights. So the Guardian of the Day is Colombia.
Let's give a little bit of a hand here. Yes. That's a beautiful choice. Very impressive. Of course, they're hosting this event in April about fossil fuels and the end of fossil fuels, which is, that you mentioned. It's really, really exciting and promising. And let's hope that many other countries will follow suit and also join the treaty and really do their best to stop this escalating climate change that we're in the midst of. So, what a wonderful ending to this day. This is our last session of this broadcast. Thank you so much, Naoko and Aisha, for joining us. And I'm so impressed and in awe of your work. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with this, it's over and out for the We Don't Have Time Climate Hub studio here at the COP here in Brazil. It's been a long day. And we are back tomorrow with a new broadcast. So stay tuned. And as always, you can rewatch the broadcasts and the on-site interviews and read our live blog on wedon'thavetime.org. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.